without your smart mouth, drawing me in and you kicking me out. You got my head spinning, no kidding, I can't pin you down. What's going on in that beautiful mind? I'm on your magical mystery ride, and I'm so dizzy, don't know what hit me, but I'll be alright. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind, 'cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning, 'cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Oh, how many times do I have to tell you, even when you're crying, you're beautiful too. The world is beating you down. I'm around through every mood. You're my downfall, you're my muse, my worst distraction, my rhythm and blues. I can't stop singing, it's ringing in my head for you. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You're great.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Ilham Delzen, the Senior Lecturer in Digital Built Environment, and I would like to welcome you to day 2 of the Innovation Fest 2023. Thank you for being here with us today. We have a line of very exciting activities planned for today. Today is called the AI Day, and we have lots of activities around AI from the whole Faculty of Computing, Engineering, and the Built Environment. But let me start the day by telling you what AI means to us in the built environment. Buildings are becoming more and more connected to each other, people, and the infrastructure. The Industry 4.0 has revolutionized our industry with automation, connection, Internet of Things, and big data. There are lots of new emerging technologies appearing in our industry, and everything is quickly changing. We have new ways of digital visualization. We have computational design. We have the use of virtual reality immersive environments. We have laser scanners. We can capture real point cloud data from any built environment. We have the use of PropTech, which is changing the way that we buy property, we sell property, and we look for properties. We have responsive facade, we have smart buildings, we have digital twin, and all these buzzwords that you see here, there are lots of job opportunities for our students to get in the industry. And that's why constantly we are including them into our agenda for the new modules. Access to real-time data and being able to analyze the big data has provided our industry with the opportunity to do post-occupancy evaluation, optimize building performance, learn from real buildings, and understand how occupants actually interact with the buildings. So here is the power of data for us in the built environment. It helps us create insights, scenarios, and representations. So here today, we are here to celebrate the AI Day and how we see things differently in the built environment, engineering and computing. But we can also bring together our knowledge. And also we have a line of fascinating people from industry coming to give us lectures today. So we are bringing industry and academia together today. Right after my presentation, we're going to have Dr. Hassan Imam giving us a presentation about data in construction. And we have a line of industry guest judges who are going to assess our student presentations, competition, and contests. As part of the AI Day, we also have a series of interesting conversations and presentation and keynote speakers talking about concepts around AI assessment and academia, about self-driving vehicles and AI, AI for engineering, AI for policy and potential, and all the potential platforms. We have the use of military use of AI, and we have overview of AI and machine learning. So these are just some of the amazing things that are going to happen today. We have series of presentations, student presentations, exhibitions, keynote speakers, etc. But in my opinion, the highlight of today is going to be the PhD Hub 3-minute pitch. And from 2:30 to 4:30 at the main stage, we're going to have a number of our PhD students presenting their PhDs in 3 minutes, which is going to be really fascinating. I invite you all to join this program. This is a short video from the back, from how our students in the built environment have been preparing for the Innovation Fest. Thank you. So special thanks to our technician Milad for making this video. And another special thank to all our students for their hard work. And we are so proud to showcase your work. And this is going to be an exceptional opportunity for you to showcase your work to the outside, to the wider audience and potential employers. If you use your mobile phones, you can at any time you can scan and see the full program of the day. You can find lots of things happening in the building, maybe on the main stage, the challenge lab, or level 1, level 2, or level 3. There are a series of amazing things happening. And please use the website, use our social media if you want to connect with us. Thank you very much, and I'll invite our next speaker, who is going to be Dr. Hassan Imam, in a minute. Thank you. Everyone, please welcome Dr. Hassan Imam for the first keynote speech.
Thank you, everyone. Apparently, I'm not the expert here. I can see that from the amazing work that you've done, that you have a great understanding of what I'm going to talk about today. So today I'm going to bring it from a practical perspective. How we are using data in construction in real life, not the theoretical part. So let's crack on with it. Start with a bit of introduction about myself. Yeah, if that works. Oops. Yeah. So I'm Hassan Imam. I'm the project controls lead for CISC Group. CISC is a group of companies. It's an Irish-based contractor, but we operate in the UK and in Europe. We do specialized in all sorts of construction. We have like rail division, buildings, data centers, and life science projects, which is a quite diverse scheme of projects, which allows us also to do a lot of data analysis within CISC. So I've been in the industry for around 20 years. I worked in different parts of the world, UK, Middle East mainly. I've done also some academic studies. I'm a civil engineer, but that's where I studied my bachelor degrees. And then I have done MBA and PhD in construction management related to data analytics as well. Finished that like a few years ago. Okay, so we talk about like what are, there is a delay in the clicker, so as you can see, I'm technical expert here. Yeah, oops, again. So one of the things that we all know about is like there are like industrial revolutions, and you know, I'm pretty sure that most of you are aware of it, but industrial revolution, industry 1.0 is about machines and steam power and all this stuff. Then industrial revolution number 2 is assembly lines, mass production, how we can produce a lot of things at the same time and with very efficient ways. Then computer came in, industry 3.0. Now everyone is talking about industry 4.0, which we are currently talking about, like artificial intelligence, machine learning, and all this sort of good stuff, which is helping not only the construction industry, I would say that it's helping in general the quality of life and efficiencies in all the different industries. However, there is now a big emphasis on industry 4.0, which people start realizing that computers can do very good stuff, but they need human brains, they need human assistance in order to do this stuff. And the industry 4.0 is about collaboration between human intelligence and computer intelligence. Yeah, so it's pretty new concept. I wouldn't say that we have started implementing any of it in real life, but it is something that I think will come across. One of the things that I was working in one of the major infrastructure rail projects in the UK, and one of the things that we're doing is like having an excavator set up in the US, and somebody's operating it from the US and excavating here in the UK. And we've tested that, it worked fine, but also it had some AI algorithms there that will prevent the operator to do any unsafe acts on site. Also now we have, in a lot of the excavation equipment, we have installed cameras where it can detect fatigue, it can detect if the operator is sleeping or anything like that, it will shut down the machine immediately. One of the good things, and one of my favorite quotes is by Sir John Armitt, and he said that data is now as important to construction as concrete and steel, which emphasizes the importance of how data can help us to help the industry in order to progress forward. One of the motivations is, you can see this graph, and it's showing how the amount of data that we produced over time. And you can see that there is like what we call like a data explosion, where data has went from being very little to now massive amount of data. And that will keep growing up and growing up because we are using new techniques like IoT, laser scanning, 3D scanning, and all these different sort of things to produce data. However, the very important thing to note that there are two types of data we're talking about here, the structured and unstructured data. Structured data would be your schedules, your cost estimates, these are all produced in a structured format. But unstructured data would be images, text, and a lot of the construction data comes from these sources like images, text, videos. I would say text is being the number one, where you have like your contract is all written in text, but there are a lot of information there that you can extract, which can help you in managing the contracts. So there is a continuous increase, and I think that trend is going on and on. So it's not going anywhere. I think that data increase will keep growing exponentially. So looking at the AI and people talking about AI in general, I know that there is like a lot of discussions now about ChatGPT and all this stuff. I try to simplify it by just classifying it, and it's all my own classification. So if you have any things to discuss about it, we can have a different chat. But when we talk about AI, on the top here we have our data analytics, and the data analytics is basically using the data that we have in order to predict what's going to happen in the future. So we use that a lot, for example, in schedule duration estimates. So when you're creating schedule, we build from the historical data what we can do in the future. We also use it in cost estimate, which is quite important as well, because it can classify buildings using different sort of classification that will allow us also to predict to a degree, to make a very quick and prediction about like how much this building or this new project is going to cost me. Then we have the NLP, which is natural language processing on your left. So the NLP is basically how to deal with text, how we can classify text, how we can summarize it, how we can understand it, how we can process any sort of text in unstructured data. Then the computer vision, it's as it says, so it's basically talking about image classification, image understanding, image segmentation, and also part of it is about video. And it's very important nowadays that videos are used because they have a lot of information in there. So it's not only the static data, also it is the time-based data, which is very important as well. We're going to show you a few examples of what has been done and what could be done. Then one branch which is usually ignored when people talk about AI is about optimization and planning. It is an essential part. If you talk to computer scientists, they will know that yeah, optimization, or what sometimes they call it search algorithms, are very important and very difficult to deal with. But with the current development in AI, it makes things better and makes things move forward. And I'm pretty sure that you've heard the term reinforcement learning. Reinforcement learning is part of it, how to optimize, how to plan actions in the future. So this is a general trend about when you have any new technology, how the hype of that technology goes. And initially, there are like high level of expectation that this technology is going to solve everything in the world, but then people will start try it, they get frustrated, and then there is like what they called, in the case of AI, they call it the AI winter, where nobody trusts AI anymore, and it was parked. And after that, few years later, people realized, you know, we have some potentials, but it might not be the full potential that we were expecting, so let's use it for what it's good at at that time. And that start picking up again by having more research input in there and people trying to improve the current algorithms, and then they discover new ones. But that's a general trend. I think we've been through that, the AI and, for example, the neural networks were discovered or were heavily used in the 80s and 90s now, and then they stopped, and then people start picking them up again in the 2000s. So, what we are doing in real life now, we have a challenge. And one of the challenges is, okay, we talked about AI and how we can use data. But in order to use the data, you need it first. You need the data, and you need the data organized in a way. And in order to add value to the data that you create, you need to start integrating all this data together. So when you work in any construction company, I'm not talking about John Sisk, I'm talking in general. Any construction company will have different systems to manage different processes and different procedures for managing their own operations on day-to-day. So they will have like a change management process. Either they will have a software or Excel template, it doesn't matter, but they have something where they store the data for change management. Cost estimates is usually done using software, whether it's BIM-based software or 2D or Excel spreadsheets as well. Whatever they are using, there will be something there. Then when we start looking at this integration of these systems, what you can see here on screen is very abstract way of the integration need to be done. So it represents a line between each two different systems. And you can see it's already complicated, but it's not, in real life, it is more complicated than that because it's not one relationship between this data from all these different sources. It might be tens or hundreds sometimes even. So in order to simplify that, we came up with a more structured approach. And that structured approach, yeah, here we go, is we used BIM. So the building information models were at the center of what we're doing. So when we want to create a cost estimate, extract the data from the BIM model, you have a connection between the estimate and the model. So if there is a change, we highlight that change, and then we capture which elements in the model have been affected by this change, and it's all connected. So we have connected data, which allows us to create more insights from this data. Also, I mean, like, pretty sure that most of the BCU students have seen that, but it's the 4D. So we link the schedules also to the BIM models in order to create 4D simulations. But because you have also the cost and the cost estimate links, you can do earned value analysis, you can do performance measurement. It's all from one single source of truth, and that's what we always refer to. It is a single source of the truth. You don't have different systems isolated, each one working in silos. We try to integrate everything, so teams will be even more collaborative when they work together on the same platform. So that's something that we are focused on. Yeah, so some of the applications that we've used. So for example, the first one, which is obvious for everyone, I think everybody is using it at the moment now in the construction, it's widely spread. 5 years ago, nobody was using BI or business intelligence, which is the data analytics part. So regardless of what software you're using, but I think now it's becoming more embedded into the construction industry. What are the advantages of it? The advantage that we pull the data from all these different sources, produce a report, and it's fully automated. We have done a cost value analysis for that, and you can see that for in a simple project, one of our projects that we've done this cost analysis for, it saved 7 days or 7 persons days per week from producing reports. It's not that sheet only. I mean, it's a big report we have prepared. We're implementing on every project that we're using. But this will end up, people will, when they finish the month and they want to produce the report, they just hit one button and then they get the whole report done in a few seconds, really. But in order to do this stuff, I think you need to understand construction, you need to understand the data structures within all these different systems and how to integrate them together. And that is a key challenge. A lot of the people working within the data sector in the construction industry do not have the construction background, do not know how construction operates. So they start by using their data knowledge, which is amazing, but they don't have the domain knowledge. So they start producing charts and graphs and reports, which the project managers, they don't see it useful. Have loads of examples on that, but we can have a separate discussion on it after that. Another thing which is using computer vision in health and safety, that's becoming more and more familiar. So there is the example of cameras in equipment like excavators and which detects whether the operator is sleeping or is having stress or fatigue, and then it stops the machine. But also we have other stuff. So there is the picture on the left here is showing like it does what is called pose estimate. So it checks the body positioning of each person, and if they are, for example, trying to lift a heavy weight, there is specific poses that can cause injuries. So that will create an alert saying that this person is not using the right methods of lifting. That's definitely for manual handling of material. There is another one which is, I think it's used now a lot, is detecting PPEs. However, I think I would say that in the UK it is highly unlikely to find people that are violating the PPE measures, but it is there and it is easy to do. And by the way, this stuff you can, if you have the data, you can produce it very simply, and it's not rocket science for me. In the quality, there is, and we are currently experimenting something on that. So basically, it is detecting defects by using computer vision again. So if you have like cracks in the concrete or honeycomb or whatever, then it will be highlighted in the images. The challenge there, it's not only that to detect this. The challenge is it can work in some projects, but not others. So we're trying to find a way to make it work. So for example, if you have like a building project and you have multiple levels, multiple stories, multiple rooms, you can either go with a camera and scan the whole thing, or what we're talking to some of the industry experts about like having robots that will go and do this scanning for us. Oops. Yeah. So one of the things that we were talking about is about optimization, planning and optimization. So a very common problem that we have in the construction, or I think it's not only the construction, it is the scheduling in general. You have resources, and these resources, you have limits of them. If the resources exceeding the limit, you'll see that the red parts of the bars are presenting like over allocation. So we're using resources more than what we have in the construction schedule. And because the construction schedules are built using CPM method, which is outdated a bit, it doesn't correlate with the number of resources. So what you have to do is to plot the resource histograms. And traditionally, what planners used to do is to go and start moving activities. As you can see, that activity moving, or that bar is moving, until they get rid of that over allocation. Nowadays, there are algorithms that can do that for you. The built-in functionalities in the commercial software, most of the time they don't work, especially on a large scale. But optimization algorithm will do better, because I think for example, you have like software like Primavera and Microsoft Project and Asta. They're not using optimization algorithms, they are using what is called heuristics, which is like a method or step that it is followed in order to reduce this over allocation. Another thing, and that's one thing which is quite good. I mean, Microsoft, they've used or they created like a very simple tool to use, which is called Azure Machine Learning. And it's a kind of machine learning that democratize the machine learning and make it available to everyone. So we had our planners working on it, loading a lot of data, and then ending up doing a machine learning model for duration estimation. So you have like a new program produced, and then the machine learning will go and say, you know what, your durations there are accurate or not, and it will suggest what durations you should use in order to get more probability of achieving the program on time. There was also, we have participated in a hackathon, me and a few of my colleagues, where we said, okay, let's produce something which is, yeah, apparently the video is working without sound, but.
Why don't we manage projects better using readily available technology?
Since the Gantt chart was created by Henry Gantt in 1910,
we've been relying on this industry standard tool to communicate our project schedules and manage our tasks and our time.
But time is all that matters. It affects budgets, schedules, and productivity.
And it takes way too much time to look up information from these schedules that should just be at my fingertips to make informed decisions.
For the 2020 AAC Hackathon, our team came up with a simple yet powerful idea.
Let's leverage a voice assistant to answer questions about our project schedule in seconds, rather than wasting time searching through PDFs and 100-page printouts.
That's why we created Hey Henry. Your project schedule now has a voice. Just say, "Hey Henry," and ask your question. For example,
where are we doing demolition works this week?
The demolition works are expected at 9th floor, 8th floor, 7th floor.
Hey Henry enables all of us to have access to our schedule data in seconds, empowering our project teams to make important and relevant decisions when they matter most.
Hey Henry, when might your house be completed?
Yeah, so basically that's what we're trying to do is democratize schedules. So instead of having a planner and the project manager will have to go to the planner and ask like, where should we start next week on these activities? They will have like a voice assistant that they can ask it the question. And it is very similar to the ChatGPT. The only difference is that ChatGPT is way stronger. It is not domain specific, it is generic. But what we've done here, it is very specific to one project and to construction schedules. So it's not a generic model, it's not a generic AI thing. One of the things that we're talking about in future development is how to automate schedule generation from BIM models. So we are now automating cost estimates, but how can we have like a BIM model, we insert that BIM model into an algorithm. It's not only a machine learning because it will have multiple algorithms in there, and then it will have an output or a construction schedule which is optimized with estimated duration, accurate related to the quantities that we have in there. And that's something that we're currently exploring. I'm exploring that also with some of the people that are working here in BCU. So hopefully we'll get some good progress in there. There are already some research done on it, but none of this research is ready to be deployed in practice. My last thing that I would say, like there are a lot more to be added in here, and it's just a quick thing just to give you like points where we're using this within the industry. But there are a lot of concerns about data security, for example. Data security is very important, and it is a real concern to every construction firm. They don't want their data available all over the internet. There is also a lot of talks, haven't seen it happening up to now, about smart contracts and blockchains. I haven't seen it in practice up to now myself, but that's my personal experience. It could be used elsewhere that I haven't seen. Then IoT, we've started using a lot of IoT devices in construction, whether during the construction or even beyond the construction in the facility management stage. But also more of it to come. And I think that's it for me. Any questions? I'm happy to take them here or maybe later. Well, actually, we have looked into it, and one of the things that we started like with the cost estimating model, if that work. I mean, the cost estimating model, it had like an 80 to 85% accuracy, which could be good for an initial assessment, but then when we go into submitting an offer or like a bid, we have to have like human intervention and people reviewing it and checking it. What we have fully automated is repetitive tasks. So if somebody need to copy data from one place to another, that's fully automated. But when it comes to making a judgment, we always have a person to view it. We don't rely 100% on the machine learning models because, as you said, they do have mistakes. And I know that in some industries, 85% to 90% could be good, but in the construction, when you're talking about billions and billions of pounds, a 1% will be a problem because most of the companies now, they make their own profit like 2%, 2.5, 3% max. So 1% would be a big challenge. So no, we always do have like an extra pair of eyes looking at every piece of thing that is produced by any machine learning models. Yeah, I think it's very important, and I would say that the most important bit is domain knowledge, understanding what is construction is all about, and how we do things in construction, and that's very useful. I mean, like there are a lot of companies. I mean, like we do offer that, like a graduate scheme where people will come on board, spend 2 years, where they will be in different departments, see how they operate in all different departments. But then the other thing is about the data and understanding data structures and data manipulation. So that's very important skill. There are extra set of skills required, like when we talk about like the dashboards and all this stuff. You need a bit of data analytics like Power BI or similar software, Tableau or others. So and definitely, I mean, like if you do programming, that will be superior to other people. So that would give you a bit of advantage, a bit of a niche, because you can customize things the way that you want it. It's like in the old days, whoever knew VBA macros in Excel were like doing things more efficient than who didn't knew it. So I would say that this sort of skills will enable people to start, but then when they start, definitely they will keep learning. I mean, everyone, I mean, like, you learn a new thing every day. So I think that's, yeah. And also, I think it was an interesting discussion when we were talking about that implementation, that our health and safety manager said that we don't want it to be to look like we are putting these measures or these things in place in order to punish people. So we were using it for protection rather than catching or like policing people on site. And that's, I think it's a very important thing. The cultural acceptance of whether the people will accept it or not is based on how we implement it and how we use this data. So from day one, we said no personal information stored on any person. Yes, I think so. Yeah, I think there is like there are. I'm not good at legal stuff, but there are people that are taking care of this stuff. Is whether they are. Yeah, I think like the operators on the excavators, for example, they had this. They have signed the form to agree because basically they are being filmed all the day. Well, I wouldn't say they don't have the right because it's only on certain jobs and it is just test on multiple sites. I don't think they are forced because at the end of the day, it is a protection for them. It's not about penalizing them for anything. But I mean, if you went to any construction site, you will be filmed because there are CCTV cameras everywhere, isn't it? Sorry? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's all right.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hassan Imam, and thank you very much for the amazing questions. So the next thing that is happening is that in parallel, we have two interesting things happening. We have the computing pitch here, and we have an amazing presentation by Shivani Wilson Rochford at the Challenge Lab over there about the redundant brain, AI assessment, and academic integrity. Thank you very much. We go to the next program.
Good. Ladies and gentlemen, it's great to be back on stage. Okay, so let's start off with Enterprise Practice Project, a module that we run in the School of Computing. And one of the things in there we do is we develop a business case for our final year projects, where our second years will go into their final years, evolving that project further. So they actually will take that business case and pitch today. We've had 90 odd learners in that process, 90 odd ideas, business cases being developed, of which 69 went through stage 2, and at stage 3 today we have 9 amongst us, and we will progress with that. So I'm going to invite the judges, the panelists who will help us be decisive of the top 3, of which the top 2 will progress to stage 4, which is the Santander STEAM pitch playoffs taking place on Friday afternoon. Parallel to us, the built environment theme, which is buildings modeling theme, and the endeavors of engineering will also be doing similar. So very quickly, inviting the judges on table. I'll start off with Lorenzo from Blockchain Advisors. Welcome. Janine, thank you, Lorenzo. Janine from the incubator, Steam House Incubator. Dr. Waldo, in-house, in-academic resident entrepreneur. Dalia, who leads on project supervision in networks and cybersecurity, and an academic. Dr. Adele, Professor Adele. Okay, so we'll cover from there. Thank you. So let's kick off with the first pitch, Gurpej. The rules are basically, come on stage, 6 minutes of a session, 3-minute pitch with 3-minute question and answer. You are wired up, good. Judges, just to make sure you have access to your criteria. You okay? Good. And we'll kick off from there. So I will keep time with the panel here, and I will update you on your timing, yeah? Okay, so keep an eye on me. We'll tell you when you have a few minutes left, okay? A minute before I'll advise you. Okay, good. Ready? We'll switch to Lepel.
Thank you, Rayhan. Oh, okay. Yeah. Hello, my name is Gurpej Kaur and welcome to my pitch for Auto Detect Leak. Every day, 65,000 attempts are made and 4,500 are successful. 33% of the UK's organisations have said that they lost customers due to a data breach. What's the solution? It's Auto Detect Leak. This is an automatic system that can catch any leak before the damage has been done. It does this by running constant checks on the network and detects a leak. It will send a hacker decoy information which looks legitimate, alongside an encrypted IP address is attached to this packet. An automated email will be sent to management. Management will then determine whether the hacker is an ethical hacker employed by the company, in which case no further action will be taken, or an unethical hacker, a black hat hacker, in which case an automatic ping command will be issued to trace the IP address attached to the packet. This will then give the location of the hacker, and it will automatically be sent to the police with further updates to come. Currently, the cybersecurity market is worth £138.6 billion. This is only increasing each year. 82% of companies say they do expect a disruption due to, in their business in the next 12 to 24 months. Currently, we will be focusing on the UK market, and once we are established and making sustainable revenue, we will then expand overseas to America, as the market size over there is 40 times the UK. There are many competitors ADL needs to consider, such as Trend Micro and Hack Watchman. These are the biggest competitors, as they have a similar concept behind them. Therefore, when comparing these competitors, the outputs that need to be considered are, is the product time consuming, and is it effective? As you can see, ADL is within them brackets. The uniqueness which sets us apart from our competitors is the feature of locating the hacker, compiling a database for companies which will show the what information the hackers are trying to attempting to steal, and as well as this, we will have many certifications, such as the Certified Ethical Hacking qualification, which will put trust in our customers. This product will work on a subscription-based plan. There are two plans which we will offer, the standard plan being £150 per month, and a premium plan which will be £265 per month. The only difference is the database. As you can see, on the left-hand side, we have the figures for the monthly revenue of both plans for 1,000 customers. In the middle is the cost per month, and on the right-hand side is the yearly revenue of the 1,000 customers. We are looking for 12 months financing to reach the goal of 10,000 customers. We will be using £19,956 from student finance, 20,000 in a grant, and with this goal, ADL is expected to produce 18 million and 31.8 million in revenue. In summary, our goals for ADL are as followed. We want to start gaining our cybersecurity certifications, as this is a big part of our journey. We want to start marketing through advertisement. In January 24, we want to start creating a presence online and in person within the community. We want to become fully qualified in these certifications. In the summer of 24, we want to start launching the business, and we will do that through a press release. In January 25, we want to gain our 10,000 customers from our business model, and we want to renew our qualifications so they're always up to date with the laws and everything like that. We want to also start looking to expand our company outside the UK, and in the summer of 25, we want to gain a further 5,000 more customers and to start approaching companies such as Microsoft about implementing our product directly into the operating system. Thank you for listening, and if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask.
I have a question around the costings. How do you come up with the costing, especially the difference between the premium and the...
It will log how many attempts are made, like through what region and things they're making it from, so what information they're trying to steal, and like it just logs what information is more vulnerable than others. And obviously, because it's a database logging everything, it's more time consuming in like for our staff to build and everything for the customer. So that's how we've done it, because obviously we've got to pay them as well.
Okay, and this is based on companies paying. This is not a personal subscription, is it?
No,
it's for business.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have you scoped out how much the market might change between today, summer 2023, and you launch in 2024?
Well, I had a look at how big the market is at the moment, and it just seems to be increasing each year. And there are predictions that in 2028 it's going to be heavily impacted, like in the sense that it's going to expand even more because everyone is using cybersecurity in some way or another, in some form. So I think this is a good, like, it's a gap in the market, especially for this, as it is trying to also, like, it's trying to catch the people who are trying to take advantage of the system and the data they're trying to steal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
I would like to know more about costs and how did you come up with those figures. I mean, it's not clear for me. What do you actually offer for the 150 subscription? Is it like hour-based or task-based, or what is it?
So with the £150 per month subscription, it includes all the automated like sends to management, automatic email to management, then automatically sends an email to the police as well. But the only difference between the two subscriptions is that one has a database with it and one doesn't. But we will also be adding different features in the future, but at the moment that is the only difference.
So the first one just sends the messages without logging them into a database?
Yeah,
and the
so
second
basically you can't really kind of track how many people are trying to take advantage or trying to hack your system. So it doesn't really give you as much kind of a warning to prepare for these events, whereas the premium plan does, because you can log and see plain in front of you who's trying to take it from where and how many times in a month are you experience these data breaches, whereas with the standard plan you don't get that kind of extra bit of security.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done, Gurbaj. It's a very good presentation. I have two questions regarding the technical side of things. So your product is based on data breach detection.
Yes.
So technically, how are you going to know whether this has been a hack or an attack, or whether this is like a normal data access from a valid customer, for example?
Well, through that it does it. So as soon as someone is attacking the system, whether they've got authorization or not, as I said, an automatic email will be sent to management, and management will then look at the records and see if it is authorized or not. So through that, if it is, nothing will be done in the sense that, okay, they'll try and change their systems to prevent that in the future. But if it's just like an ethical hacker employed by the company, then nothing will happen. It will obviously just say that, okay, this was where the breach was, we need to build more security in this area. Whereas if it's not, then obviously it will automatically be sent to the police with the details regarding where they're located and things like that.
Okay. And have you considered like both internal data breach and external? So because I think many cases of the actual hacking happens internally from people who are legitimate users to the system, but they are using the data for the wrong
as
reasons.
I said, there'll be constant checks on the network. So even when someone has authority, if the system has detected that something's been leaking out, that it will still send them that secure information, and then as well as an automatic email to management.
So there will be like a step in between where before the email is being sent to the authorities, it needs to be checked. Okay.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done, Gurpreet.
Thank you, Rayhan.
So we have Ibrahim next. Okay, so Ibrahim is next.
Thank you, Rayhan. Good morning, guys. Today I'm going to talk to you about AI Guard, cybersecurity powered by AI. So I'm going to start off by asking you guys a question. How many of you in this room use WhatsApp? Raise hands. Yeah, pretty much everyone. Thought so. So WhatsApp is great, simple, easy, instant messaging, and it's got end-to-end encryption. What more could you ask for, right? But what if I told you that last year WhatsApp fell victim to a data breach and 500 million of its users' details got leaked online, just like that? Would you still trust it with your data? No. And that's the problem, right? So in this digital age we live in, online threats are becoming a serious problem. I mean, even though these advancements are great, they're useful. I mean, we don't even have to take our wallets anymore. Cards are on our phones. That's how much we trust it. Without proper security in place, it can become massive problems. And just last year alone, in fact, cyber threats went up 38% in comparison to 2021. And that's why a solution is needed, which is where AI God comes into place. So this is cybersecurity powered by artificial intelligence. And I'm sure you've all heard of ChatGPT, OpenAI, so many different types of uses that can come from this tech, right? Even for research purposes. I mean, lecturers hate it, I know Rayhan does. And what we can do, we can harness this tech and embed it within cybersecurity solutions. And that would allow for large data sets to be analyzed and in real time for pattern detection and anomaly detection. And what that would allow for is for known threats and even unknown threats to be detected exponentially faster than the current solutions on the market. And to put that into perspective for you, IBM came out last month and said, in fact, that cyber threats can be detected up to 14 weeks faster with AI rather than what the current market has to offer. So the business itself will run on a subscription basis. So there'll be varied tiers with various features offered to individuals, and these will be fixed for individuals because an all-in-one package is better. However, for enterprises, there'll be more flexibility as, of course, businesses need to fine-tune their needs to whatever type of business they're running. And so there'll be a consultation service in place as well for that. And where our unique value lies currently, so in the market, there's competition like CrowdStrike and McAfee EPO who offer enterprise-level cybersecurity, and they all controlling share of the market. They have a 40% combined market share between them. However, because we'd offer to individuals as well as enterprises, that's where our value lies. So right now, there isn't enterprise-level cybersecurity towards individuals, and that's mainly because, of course, right now, there isn't a need for it. However, as cyber threats become more complex, in the future, this need will be there. We'll all need to protect ourselves from all these emerging threats. And the subscription plan would allow for stable and scalable income for the company. So in order for me to make this a possibility, I'm looking for a £2 million investment over 2 years. So that would cover all the overhead costs of the company. So that's the wages, rent, utilities, insurances, hardware, software. And that would cover that for the company for the 2 years. That's for the development phase. Following that, we aim to make the product ready for the public use, and the company will be fully sustainable off sales alone. And in return, I'm willing to offer a 30% share of the business. I appreciate you guys giving me the time to pitch this idea to you, and if you have any further questions about it, I'm happy to answer it. Thank you.
Mike, so I will start first. Well done, Ibrahim. That was a great presentation. Well done. So again, to the technical side. So you're offering the use of AI for better cybersecurity for individuals and for companies. So, and you mentioned the real time. So what exactly will be the real time used for, or what do you mean by real time?
So as data flows into a system that has cybersecurity, only so much can be done in real time with current solutions to analyze that data. So current methods rely on known data sets to analyze against the incoming data coming in for threats. But if there's a zero-day attack, for instance, on the system, it is not going to detect it straight away.
Yes.
But with the AI, in real time, it can analyze all that data and detect any differences or slight different patterns or anomalies, and it'll be able to stop that from entering the system much quicker than what current solutions offer.
Okay. And do you have any rough figure for the real time? Is it like on a day-to-day basis? Is it on hourly basis?
So in real time, it means as it's coming in, right?
Coming in, okay.
So there shouldn't be a delay in the tech. Of course, it'll need to be fine-tuned in the future as the development goes on, but in real time, it'll analyze it as it's coming into the system. So there'll be less need for an analyst to step in and search through that data for any irregularities.
Okay. And the actual model, this is the last question, the actual model that you are building, which it will be comparing the attacks against, you're using AI for that as well, to build the model?
Yes, so what we'll have is that'll be the cybersecurity solution,
Mm.
and then there'll be an AI that's separate to it. That'll feed information into it.
Okay.
So kind of like how ChatGPT, for instance, I'll use that. It has an API key, and you can use that to feed information from a system directly to the AI. So that's how it'll work. It'll be two separate things, but the information will be fed into the AI.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you, Ibrahim.
So from my understanding is that this is some kind of a package which is going to be integrated into other existing software, or is like working like an API with existing software. How do you plan to integrate
So
it into
it'd be an all-in-one system. So the cybersecurity and the AI will work hand in hand, and we'll offer both. So it's not going to be implemented within existing software. It'd be completely separate to whatever CrowdStrike have to offer, or McAfee, or Cybereason. It wouldn't be. You can implement it into systems currently, but not with existing cybersecurity solutions.
So it's going to be like a standalone application which is going to be installed on different operating systems and then pick up data flow from there and analyze them and recognize threats, like you said. Okay. Okay. And because you mentioned WhatsApp and data breaches, how are you going to protect from data breaching into the AI platform? Because it should have like a central server to feed up the data.
Yeah. So of course the cybersecurity in itself will have multiple layers, so the company will offer that. The AI is just where the benefit comes from. That's the main selling point. That AI software will allow for us to be a lot more competitive, because our system would detect these things a lot faster than compared to what the current solutions on the market are. So if we take the WhatsApp example again, for instance, had the AI software been around at that point, chances are that data breach would have been found a lot sooner, and maybe 500 million people's details wouldn't be affected. It might have been a lot smaller number.
Okay, thank you.
My question's about money. £2 million, what sits behind that? Where have you come up with the £2 million for the initial investment?
So I did research on the current wages. So the average rates on junior cybersecurity analysts, senior analysts, marketing teams, my own wage as the director, of course. And after combining all that data, as well as hardware data, so servers, computers, the software behind it all, and doing research into rent or building to house all the hardware and the team, the rough estimate for the year came out to just under £1 million. And then, of course, development phase being 2 years long, that's what estimated to be £2 million.
Thank you. And how big's the team?
So the team itself at the moment consists of about 20 or so people. So that would make up, of course, a junior and senior CyberOps devs. And then after the first year, there would also be junior and senior marketing devs, myself. And then after the second year, there would be customer support in place after product's released.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Ibrahim. Quick one on the pricing. You briefly mentioned some aspects in terms of having your different services, but how much you're expecting to charge for this service?
Yes, so when it comes to the enterprise level and offering to enterprises, I found it difficult to offer pricing straight off that, because obviously it really depends on the business that wants it, how big they are, how much security they need in place, what services they need. So it can range from hundreds to thousands in that case. For individuals, however, though, there will be fixed pricing, and that will be based on what current competitors are offering. So to remain competitive, we'll offer pricing for the same type of security, enterprise level AI security, with reduced features. Prices similar to what Norton and Bullguard offer on a monthly basis. So that would be around 20 to 30 pounds a month for like standard, increasing up to maybe 60 to 70 pounds a month.
Thank you very much. Well done. Thank you.
Is it working? Is it working? Yeah. Okay. Would you like to become more organized and productive? Then we have the solution for you. Introducing our intelligent to-do list. Now, the problem we have at the moment is with the applications available on the market is that they're very simple. They do not offer one-to-one support, and they're very limited in the ways of alerting the users on reminders they have. So as a result, what happens? Users, they stop using the application because there's no incentive to continue. So we've come up with a solution, and that is to build an interactive application that uses artificial intelligence and person uniqueness. What I mean by this is that in our application, we'll have an avatar, and using AI, essentially make a personal assistant who would help with task management, while also at the same time maintain the physical and mental health of the user. It's not working. Oh. So we've called this solution I did. The reason behind this name is because I did gives you the impression you've done something. And this is the vision we want our users to be in. As soon as they download our application, they're already reaching towards their goals. So as you can see, the current market size for AI applications is very high. In the last few months, it's skyrocketed, and we want to be part of this development. So the business model we're proposing is that we would have an initial 3-day trial period, and after that, users have different subscriptions to choose from. At the moment, there are many competitors on the market, but one limiting factor we found with all of them is integration. Now, you do not want to be having 3, 4, 5 apps on your device, but we want to build one solution which covers everything. So our market plan is very simple. Our targeting customers are students and staff, and also working people, and we want to distribute our app on the App Store, but also have a web dashboard so users can view their insights. At the same time, we want to market our app on social media. As you know, anything you share on social media goes viral very quickly, and digital review sites as well. That will encourage more users. Our promotion strategy is that as soon as we launch, we will use Google Ads to filter our target market and also start a research program to see the benefits of our application. Our team, there are 4 main teams: design, development, testing, and project management. Project management is the main team that will lead the whole project. We want to hopefully launch in June of 2024, and there will be several stages in between while we develop our application. Our investment, initial investment is £80,000. Now, this is quite low. The reason being is we want to start building our application, and as soon as we start getting sales, hopefully build and improve the application. As you can see, this is the forecasted income and expenditure, but as I said previously, as soon as we release our application, hopefully through sales, we can make further improvements on the application. So I just want to reiterate our value behind our product, and that is that our application is not a platform just to see what our users do, but it's a platform for self-development and support so that we can ensure that our users perform at their best. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. I'm going to ask about the cost as well. So you are thinking of charging 30, 45 pounds and up to 200 for teams.
Yeah.
How do you come up with that figure?
So we've based it on similar products which are available on the market, but what we've noticed now is that a lot of workplaces, businesses, they want an application which helps users balance the work and home environment, especially working from home now has become very common, so that's where we've got the pricing from. Okay.
Why 3-day trial? Is 3 days long enough to actually test whether it works? If you're trying to balance work and volunteering and parenting and mindset and everything for yourself, is 3 days really a big enough window to decide that it's for you?
We do, of course, have the 3-day trial period, but then users, they can choose a subscription, and then later on, if they're not happy with it, we can change that. But it's just the initial going phase. If we do feel that the trial is not enough and users say to us we would like to have more time, then hopefully as we develop, we can change that trial period.
And can you develop more about the problem statement? I quite didn't understand what the problem is, please.
The problem that we have at the moment is there are applications available in the app stores that help you organize, but we want to make them better in the sense that it's not just a to-do list, it's not a tick box exercise, but that to-do list helps you complete those tasks that you have successfully. So it also makes sure that you're controlling your diet properly, you're controlling your health, in order to make sure that you're performing your best, but at the same time you're completing your tasks with as much success as you can.
So at the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned the use of AI. Where exactly does the AI comes in your product?
So the AI would be in the avatar that we would have. So it's like a personal assistant. So that would like come up during the day and ask how you are, how you're doing, have you eaten, have you drank water, that sort of stuff, monitoring your movements as well. Just making sure you're okay, like a buddy essentially. And just making sure that there are no issues, and if there are any problems, then the AI assistant in its capacity can help you. Yeah. Thank you.
Not at all.
Now is the time. Good, so we have Benjamin next.
Yep, thank you. Morning, morning.
When you're ready.
Morning all. Hello everyone, my name is Ben and I'm here today to introduce you to my project, Design Automation of Network Configuration Using Artificial Intelligence, or DANKAI for short. DANKAI aims to revolutionize the way businesses design and expand their networks by using artificial intelligence. It will be able to configure and design the whole network topology and intermediary devices. The problem with the process of network design and configuration is that it can be very time-consuming and prone to errors, which can result in network downtime, security breaches, and increased costs. I saw an opportunity to address this issue by developing an automated solution using AI. DANKAI uses machine learning algorithms to streamline the network configuration process, reducing the potential for human error and improving efficiency. With my solution, IT personnel can design and configure networks with greater ease, allowing them to focus on higher value activities. The benefits of my solution are significant. By automating the network configuration process, we can improve efficiency, accuracy, and save costs for the business. My solution is also scalable, making it suitable for use in large and complex networks and improve network security by ensuring compliance with best practices and policies. On screen are a few of the feedback questions I received from lecturers I've spoken to regarding my project. These questions I received were very helpful in considering key design elements and whether my project would actually be achievable. This table shows the cost to the customer against traditional network architects and then the cost using my product. As you can see, it's a third cheaper than traditional means, meaning funds to be spent on other areas of the business. I've secured funding for year one of my project through my student finance payment. I estimate that our solution has the potential to generate a significant return on investment over time as more organizations recognize the value of automated network design and configuration. My target customers are small and medium startup businesses. However, the product can also be targeted towards large companies looking to expand. I believe that my solution can meet their needs by providing a more efficient, accurate, and secure network configuration process without the need for hiring expensive network architects. So my ask to you is for support with finding experts in the fields relating to my project to assist in the development. I believe that my solution can meet their needs by providing, but I also ask for time, as this project requires a massive uptake in time as well as dedication to be put to market as a success. Thank you for your interest in my product, and thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ben, for the presentation, although you will put all network architects to out of work, essentially. But great product, thank you for that. My question is, how will you build or how will you gather the initial requirements to build the network?
So, to build the network, you'll be given like a form or something to fill in, for example.
Okay.
You put in how many like hosts, devices you want, where if there need to be branches, and then it will use that information and using best practices decide what the network topology would look like, and then configure the intermediary devices.
So you will be relying on your customers to tell you their
requirements, and then those requirements we translated into a topology and configuration.
Okay. And will there be any kind of like monitoring for the ongoing, once the network is up and running, are you proposing any kind of like network monitoring to?
Yes, that making sure the network's running smoothly and everything is included in the costs.
Okay, thank you.
As part of the subscription.
Hi, Ben. I didn't quite catch the business model because it was like a very fast.
The costs?
Yes, please. Can you go back to it for a bit?
Why? There we go. Sorry.
So can you explain it?
So on the left there is on the left column, say for 10 hosts, for example, a network. They design it. Won't take very long. About 3 weeks. I use the standard rate for a network architect for a day, roughly like average sort of rate, to figure out that number on the left. And then what I've done is there's my subscription is about a third cheaper of that, because obviously you want to knock down costs, but you still want to make a profit.
Okay, so is that going to take 12 months to do the same thing as these 3 weeks?
No, it takes 3 weeks still. Well, it'd be quicker. It'd take a few minutes, really, if you're using AI. But the subscription cost is also like making sure the network's online, support, and obviously updates as well is included with that if more things come to market.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What happens if your customer doesn't know what they need? From going on from the first question, where the customer has to come to you and explain what they want. What if they just don't know because they're new to it?
That's a good question. So they could say, for example, call us up and go, okay, we're starting a new business. What do you think we'll need for this? And we'll give them a recommendation based on how large the business is estimated to be, and then give them one of the numbers that they can put.
Consultancy service.
Yeah, sort of
so
thing.
is that an added extra? Is that a free?
That initially, I think that would be included as well, because you need to.
Part of the service.
Yeah, part of the service.
But
yeah.
you could branch it out as a consultancy.
Yeah. Part of the service. Thank you.
Thank you. Probably again back on cost, because you mentioned that you want to be much more, well, cheaper than the competition. But how do you actually plan to achieve this? I mean, competing on cost is tough, right?
It is tough. It's a tough market. But the traditional means are very expensive, meaning if you can speed it up, make it more efficient, quicker, less people, it's already cheaper. I mean, reducing the number of people already makes it cheaper because salaries are expensive. So making it cheaper this way, really, that's the way it works. Thank you. Any other questions? No? Thank you. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is David and I'll be pitching for Fresh Direct. Basically, at Fresh Direct we believe that every hospitality business should have a way to get the product sustainably and in an eco-friendly manner and in a smart way. So we have a few problems, starting with unstable market prices. They're always shifting. Shifting customer preferences. People always want something else, the menus are changing. And of course the environmental impact of food delivery, such as trucks, equipment that is used. So some of our solutions are providing a wide range of products so that the customers always have something to choose from. Price stability, we want to keep our prices in a stable manner, stable range, so that nothing changes too much. And we want to go carbon free by 2025 by making our trucks electric. So a little overview of the service. We plan to be unique, kind of like Uber, man in the middle. We're not going to own any trucks. We're gonna hire drivers who own trucks to actually deliver the products themselves. We're going to be open to all. The first food delivery business, which is open to every business in the UK, no exclusions. We'll be sustainable by using carbon-free trucks and equipment, and we'll be authentic by working with farmers who know what they're doing. So some of the benefits of our service, they are that we deliver organic and fresh products in a smart way. Most food delivery businesses currently require a phone call. We'll use an app or a web browser application. Overview of the company and the market. 116 billion pounds are added to the agricultural food sector in the GBP in 2020. 4.1 million people are employed in the UK in the agricultural food sector, and 240 billion were expended in the agri-food sector in 2021. So here is a competitive layout, which shows that we are more convenient and more affordable than most of our competitions, such as Menu Partners and Bunzl Catering. So we plan to start with a funding of 140,000, renting our warehouse, renting our equipment, and then buying it. We're doing this from shares, cash we have on hand, and angel investors. This is only a plan, we do not have this money yet. And a summary, we believe in giving 110%, and we believe in being eco-friendly and sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Abby. So what exactly are you selling? Is it the online portal?
Yes, we'll be selling the actual application. Not quite selling, it'll be a monthly subscription.
Right.
But if whatever the customer orders, it'll go a little over. Oh, I'm sorry.
Why over?
It obviously depends on what the business itself orders.
Okay.
If it's more than we can sell them with the monthly subscription, we'll have to charge them a little more.
Okay. So I see your point. So how do you then work out the cost? So how much is it going to cost to the end user?
This is going to be based on how big the business itself is, because there's a lot of businesses in the UK with different sizes. But I think currently working in a hospitality business, there are around 4 deliveries a week, and they are all around £2,000 each.
Right. So it's a product for the businesses, not
businesses.
Normal
it's not
people.
for actual single customers.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. I'd like to know what actually differentiates you from the competitors, like Uber Eats or, I don't know, any other Deliveroo or other food delivery services.
This isn't like a restaurant. Fresh produce that they use to make their products. It's not a delivery to a customer of already made food. Yes, we're like a man in the middle. We deliver from farmers to hospitality businesses. Yes, mainly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dawood. So who is your customer? Is it the business or is it the farmers? Who will?
Both.
Both. Okay.
Yeah, we will pay the farmers for the products, and we'll get the products probably cheaper than market price.
Okay.
which means we make some gain from it and then we sell it to the customers.
Okay, and do you get the farmers, for example, to subscribe, so the farmers will still be required to pay your subscription fees for them to appear for the restaurants or for the other
Yes.
business?
They'll subscribe, and that means we'll buy products from them specifically, not other people.
Okay, thank you, David.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
My name's AJ Mahey, and allow me to introduce Meal Master, the ultimate companion for healthy eating. So the problem that Meal Master aims to solve is that many people have health and dietary issues such as diabetes or allergies, and what Meal Master does, it will provide an automated meal plan for them. It's for health conscious individuals who have dietary and health goals, and it will help them by creating a meal plan. The unique features are that it provides recipes, has a large database with a variety of different foods, and it also uses a meal history, which uses the history that they've got from the meal plan to make the future meal plans even more accurate. The problems that Meal Master aims to solve, obviously the health and dietary issues such as diabetes and allergies, is also time, as many people may go to work or something else where they're busy and they may not have the time to work out what they should be eating to fix these issues, whereas Meal Master will automatically do this for you. Also, knowledge is another problem that will solve, as many people may just simply not know what is needed to further solve issues such as diabetes and allergies. The advantages are that the app is very user-friendly, it's got a simple interface, it's very easy to use. Also, it's personalized, unlike other meal plans where it may not take into consideration the issues that the user has. Also, it's cost-effective, as compared to competitors. The features that we may provide in the free version, they would require premium. The team that would be used would be having a project manager who would lead and manage the team, marketing specialist for advertising, a developer to create, test, and further develop the app in the future, and then the graphics designer who will work on promoting the app and advertising. In terms of the market surrounding the app, which is the health and wellness industry, it is expected to have a 10% growth rate until 2025, estimated to hit 30.6 billion by the end of 2023, which shows the potential growth of the Meal Master application. The three main competitors are Paprika, Meal Lime, and Eat This Much. The main one being Paprika. However, I believe Meal Master is better because it works out cheaper, and it also offers the same versions they would offer in premium in the free version. In terms of the business model, it is a freemium app, which means it's free to download on a subscription basis, which can be renewed. And then the costing for the app would be is $8.99 a month, or it would be $49.99 for the year. In terms of costing for the overall app, costing would be the money required go towards wages, equipment, and the facility to store the server, and the total cost would work up around 100,000 total startup cost. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ajay. Sorry, I didn't quite get what is different about your product. What do you offer different other than the competitors that are currently in the market?
Yeah, so compared to the competitors, such as Paprika, who's the main competitor, one main difference is that we are looking to implement a different feature which they don't have, which is we want to be able to, as I said, it's time is one of the problems we want to solve. So directly from the app, it'll show the recipes, but they'll also be able to order the groceries directly from the app, so they don't have to spend time going to the shop or wasting their time.
Okay. So you will have businesses as customers as well. So
In essence, yeah, I would like to get in contact with branches such as co-op to work with them.
okay. Thank you, Ajay.
No worries.
Thank you. Would you mind developing a bit around the value proposition? What is your ask for this?
So the total startup cost that I would need is around 100,000. This would cover the wages, the facility, and just the total startup cost in general to develop the app.
Thank you.
I'd never heard of Paprika before, so I wasn't aware of your competitors. You say there's there's expected 10% growth in, is it in the next 12 months, did it say?
Until 2023.
Into 28. So where's that come from? Who's projecting that? Is that based on allergies or dietary change, or?
No, that's just based on research. That is for the health and wellness industry, that's the growth rate. So obviously that shows that the Meal Master app is something that is needed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good presentation. So you mentioned Paprika costs $4.99 a month,
correct.
and you're thinking of charging more.
$8.99 a month.
$8.99 a month. That's flat rate, right? So no premium service, no, or is there a premium?
There is
service?
a premium service.
Oh, okay. So how would you actually compete with an app that is cheaper and perhaps will attract more customers?
So as I said, first of all, overall, if you pay on a yearly basis, it works out cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
And the other difference is, so for example, one of their features, so example, the meal planning, so to make it custom, they would require premium for that, whereas on our app, it's something that's free. So that's one reason I think their customers may even come to our app, as they wouldn't have to pay. Thank you.
Oh, Connie. Yeah, Queensley.
So when you're ready, Queensley,
Okay. I'll try. No promises. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay. Have you ever heard of a hair clip that can determine how healthy your hair is at the comfort of your own home? Well, introducing Hair Guard. So there's some problems that I've seen, such as lack of hair care knowledge, ineffective hair care products, and poor hair health. As a solution to this, Hair Guard offers a smart clip which sensors and analyzes your hair and the scalp's condition. It gives educational resources to empower users with knowledge of hair care. And with the data collected, Hair Guard gives personalized data on how your hair is doing. So here's the product itself. It costs $29.99 as a one-off cost and $3.99 as a rolling month subscription. It's a sleek design, got real-time data and insights, and it monitors the hair scalp all from an app. So we've had some users, and they've had some good reviews of Hair Guard, saying that they like the fact that they get notified when they should put their hair oils in, and the recommended products has been working. So the size of the market, there's about 100 billion pounds in the total available market and 5 billion pounds in the serviceable available market. If we reach only 5%, we can at least get 255 million, and that's only from the serviceable available market. Our target audience, first of all, we've got people who prioritize their hair, such as both men and women aged 16 to 65 with different types of hair types and concerns. This could be from hair loss from menopause, pregnancy, from just cancer, trying to see what your hair is like, what it's doing. And we've also got influencers and content creators. This is because people have dedicated hair channels where they teach people about other hair. I don't know about you guys, but me personally, when I want to see something about hair, I'll probably go on YouTube or TikTok to see what the people are doing so I can try that and do a trial and error with it. So for direct competitors, there's another brand called Hair Sense. They just recommend hair care products along with a mobile application, but they're not like HairGuard, because HairGuard actually has an app which would see your hair and not just recommend products just so you can try it, but actually see your hair and say why you should try this because of what traits you have in your hair. Indirect competitors are brands such as hair care brands and hair salons and stylists. So marketing channels that we're going to be using: referral programs, collaborations, and social media. This is by using ads on Facebook and Google, by collabing with TikTokers and YouTubers, and friends and family referrals. So traction. Usually, we're having 20,000 users within the first 6 months. And as you can see by the graph, this is a 90% user satisfaction rate. And so far, a monthly revenue is 100,000. So our business model. HairGuard runs as a subscription-based model, and they use strategic partnerships and collabs, and this strengthens our resources and of its partners to enhance the product's offering, meaning that once we get different information from brands, from people, we use this to strengthen the brand as we go along, so it's a work in progress. It's not just one item is set and we let it go. Every single month we're looking on what we can change based off of user experience. And this enhances the longevity of the app, showing that it's profitable as it continues to use experiences to improve itself. So we can see that a 25% growth rate is anticipated within the last few months of 2023. Funding plan. So we're looking to get funding from the Innovation Fund, the Wellness Solution Grant, which is a government fund based of they give funds to people who would do a product that would help the community. So this, I've researched, and this will fall in line with the government guidelines of who they will give funding to in order to help people. And also strategic partnerships, the team. So we've got me, I'm the CEO and a salon owner. So I have experience with hair, and I know what people should be expecting when they're receiving advice from hair. Got the marketing team, which is Jessica and Adam. So as I have a salon and I have experience in hair, I went to other people who don't have experience in what I can't do, basically. So marketing and the finance. So this is a future roadmap. So as you can see, it's already started and it's looking to grow all the way. And yeah, thank you for listening. Thanks.
Thank you, Quincy. Really good presentation. I have a question on the device.
Yeah.
How much do you think it's going to cost to produce that device?
So the manufacturer price, which will be from China, is looking about $10.99. And even though this is, you could say it's a bit of a gap, it's a small gap between the actual cost of the price and the making of the price, but then the money's going to come from the rolling subscriptions. No.
Got a very silly question. Do you wear it all the time?
No, you only wear it when you need it. So you literally clip it into your hair, and then you open the app when you want to see.
So you put it in and open the app to see what your hair is doing. So it's
basically, yeah.
Thank you.
No worries.
Hi.
Hey.
I've seen that you've calculated a serviceable addressable market, SAM, of 5 billion.
Yeah.
But you also, your target market is influencers or social media important person, basically. So is that 5 million reflects that target market or a broader segment of the market?
They're inclusive in it because the wider target audience is just consumers that love hair, and those influencers will fall into that category regardless.
So that's only the marketing, basically, with the influencers, that we're going to grow your base of customers based on that.
Basically, yeah.
Okay. And
I would be using them like as a main point, only because I know, so I'm from Manchester and I open a salon in Birmingham. I only know 10 people in Birmingham, so I know how word of mouth, how putting yourself out there, how marketing really works, because like the same way I came with 0 clients, now I have 250, so I could just use them as like a target audience, if you know what I mean, because I know that they will fall into the main target.
so that's already a product in place. That's your product already, isn't it? Is that?
No.
Or it's just, okay, because the pictures that you've shown of the product are a bit bulky. I'm not a designer or things like that, but it looks that it's a bit too big to be an accessory or I don't know, fashion element. Is
So
that
it's
the final
not-
design or?
It's not a fashion element. You wouldn't just wear it outside. You only wear it just to see your hair data. So I wouldn't be wearing it right now. I'll be wearing it at home in my bed when I have the time just to see my hair, like what I want to, what my hair looks like.
Okay, all right, thank you.
No worries.
Thank you, Kinsley. It's out of the box idea for first time for
Thanks.
me to hear it. So well done for that. So my question is, how often would you expect the hair data to change?
So it could change, like, so many factors to do with your hair. Like, you could sweat, your hair would change. You could add a new product, your hair would change. Every time you go onto the app, it could say something new because you've done something to your hair. What the app does, it keeps records of all the data changes so you can see what works for your hair, what you did differently this day that your hair kind of changed, what works best for you. So it keeps the rolling data just so you can go back and reflect on it to see the past.
The reason for my question is I was wondering if I have the device, I subscribe for the first month,
Yeah.
I know, for example, the type of my hair, what my hair needs, what would bring me back to subscribe for another month or keep the subscription ongoing, paying £30 every month.
So why I would personally pay it is because the app is a community. So you can go on there, you can have chat with people, you can talk with experts on what your hair is like. What would keep me personally going back is the fact that they recommend products based off of real-time data. So every time your hair changes, you get a new product. If you quit the subscription, it's like, how are we going to know what your hair is going to need the next month? So you're losing out. As much as they think we're losing out, you're losing out on the real-time data of your hair.
Brilliant. Thank you, Kinsley.
No worries. Thanks. Thank you.
Is it? Oh. Hi, I'm Josh. I'm here to talk about Ocular Network. Did you know 80% of network outages are caused by ill-managed changes, and of this, only 30% are documented? This is the main issue. Gartner suggests 1 minute of downtime is average to $5,600 of loss. Therefore, an ill-managed change can cost £336,000. Proving network documentation is a critical aspect of businesses. Alongside this, a secondary issue is training. With students being trained in a simulation environment, changing to a physical device can be a large learning curve, and in an enterprise network, changing to a physical device is critical, as this is what most use. The solution, therefore, is an AI-based documentation system and visualization, using a language and visualization model to simplify and display core configuration files, allowing for the automation of documentation needed for insurance, new workers, and network upgrades across a network. So who is our audience? Our main audience is going to be network managers. As of Q4 2022, There are about 90,000 network managers in the UK. This is expected to grow to 100,000 by the end of Q3 2023, if not earlier. We're hoping to reach 15% of this market, which is 13,500 people. Alongside this, we're aiming to hit students, which around 29,000 are graduating every year in computer science degrees, which includes networking. Reaching just 15% of this gives us 2,900 people. Who will then go forward and spread the product in the institutions they join. Investment is risky, so you should look at the market with a compound annual growth rate of 9.2%, showing the market is growing, while slowly, but it can expand over time. The business model will be a simple £40 per person who uses the product. Gaining just 500 people from the 15% market provides a good growth rate over a year. We will reach our audience in 3 main ways, which is LinkedIn, Google Ads, and YouTube Ads, through network adjacent content such as Cisco videos, tutorials, and other networking websites. While a unique product, we do have competition in the market, such as SolarWinds and Datadog, who are our main competitors. We offer a different service to these larger providers, however, it is unique to what we do. So how will your investment help the product? We will improve the product over time using templates for reports used for automatically creating changes and noting this in an official format for the company. We will improve speeds by developing either a new unique AI model or looking into upgrading it. We will spread advertising further to reach more people. And we will build a team looking for gaps in knowledge from the current team and solidifying the product in the market. Thanks for listening. Do you have any questions?
Thanks, Josh. I just want to make sure that I got what the product does clearly.
Yep.
So what you propose here is that you will have a network, an existing network that doesn't have a documentation, and your product will be automating generation of this documentation with topologies, figures.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, so we'll have the network, the software will be run, pull in the core configuration file using NetMiko, which is secure.
Okay.
It will then simplify that using a language model and then display in an image of the I/O port, so on the front of it, with IP addresses, net VLANs, things like that nature.
Okay. So physical and logical topologies will be displayed. Okay. So is this like a one-off thing that the customer will be using? So it will be using the software for only one time to generate these documents and that's it?
You could use it once or you could keep it, and then anytime there would be a change. So since networks are constantly growing and expanding as companies need it, you'd run it and then it would generate a report saying what's changed, what's been added, and then generate the image as well.
Okay. One final thing, because you've mentioned the students and how this can help with students who are not familiar with like the physical devices when they start their career.
Yep.
Can you elaborate on that, how this will help the students?
Yeah, so moving from the logical space to the physical space is difficult because I've had experience in that. So it would show the physical output, and then it would show what information you'd say pull from Cisco packet tracer, just displayed on there. So when you hover over the device, obviously it outlines all the fast Ethernet ports. It would be a version of that, but for a physical device.
Thanks, Josh.
Thank you. I didn't quite get what is the ask, what you ask for developing the product. Would you mind elaborating?
So for developing the product, I'd ask for assistance in the team building, which if we go back here, so we would need help with the team building and further advertising into the industry, which is the main issue.
So it's only, you're asking only for collaboration. How about the financial ask? Isn't there any financial ask for it?
The financial ask would probably be double of what's going into it, which is based off the student finance, so around £20,000 combined.
Thank you.
No problem.
You said, I think you said you charge £40 per person.
Yeah.
How does that costing work?
So it would be £40 per user. So say your company had 2 network managers, you'd have to buy the software for both of them. Yeah.
Thank you, and so that's, thank you Josh for the presentation. So that's on the back of that question. So that's £40 per person, and that's monthly?
Monthly, yeah.
And I'm still not very clear then on the benefits of keeping the monthly subscription. You mentioned something about perhaps just changing the network, but it's not something that happens commonly, right? Or is it?
It depends on what type of company you are.
Okay.
So if you're an office, you probably wouldn't be looking at this, but then you'd have external contractors for that. But if you're a new company, you'd probably be changing the network as you're expanding.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Josh.
Well done, Josh.
Hated that.
Well done. Okay, so we have one more. Lisa, joining us. Give me your brief. We're on time. I think we've got 15 minutes. We're on time. 9:01. Yeah, well, more than 3 hours. Well, this is what you get when you have 90 odd in the class. Good explanation there, analogies. Good, so we're giving Lisa a couple of minutes. She's had to rush in. Good, you okay? So, I think you know the score. So this is Lisa, guys. She'll present her deck. My clock. Yeah, fantastic. And then back again. Good. Just keep pointing it that way. Okay. This is your panel. Okay. Waldo, Janine from Incubator, Steam in-house Incubator. Lorenzo runs blockchain, CEO of Blockchain Advisors. And you know Dalia, you know Dalia? Dalia is one of the project coordinators. Good. So go ahead. When you're ready.
Okay. So my name is Lisa Rowell, and today I'll be presenting Muse 360, which is our virtual museum. So Muse 360 is an interactive 360-degree tour where the top most famous paintings will be displayed. Its main branch is also located where customers can visit and actually experience the program. So the problem that most customers must face with attending virtual museums is the cost, accessibility, and engagement. People may not be able to physically attend museums if they have any physical constraints, anything like that. The engagement, demographics such as the youth may struggle to keep interested and engaged whilst visiting a museum, and the aspect of the virtual reality would only maximize the engagement. So Muse 360 provides virtual reality. Customers only make one payment because Muse 360, they also have an option to rent the virtual reality equipment to use the application, to run the application. And yeah, you can also visit its branch if you wish not to make that extra payment to rent the equipment. So its target market would be art enthusiasts, so people that are interested in art and its history, families that may wish to go on a family day out, for example, and educational institutes can also utilize Muse 360 to engage classes and learning. So the product, a user can buy a standard subscription or a premium subscription. So the standard subscription is where the application displays the 5 most famous paintings, whereas the premium would be the 10 most famous paintings. And obviously, again, there's the option to rent the equipment if they may not have the facilities or the funding to buy them themselves. So these are the list of paintings that will be displayed. Muse 360 will have to get the licensing to obviously display the paintings, and yeah, that can also come up to a lot of costs. So the team, there's software development, user support, marketing, VR programming, data analytics, and equipment maintenance. So the software development is regarding the actual development of the application. The user support is where users can find information or extra support that may be required to actually utilize the application correctly. Marketing will help advertise Muse 360 and its products. The VR programming is the virtual reality aspect of it. The data analytics will help measure the progress that Muse 360 has on its target audience and the engagement rates and whatnot. And equipment maintenance, because of the equipment rental aspect of it that customers can also purchase, Muse 360 will have to, they'll have to keep in mind the equipment upkeep if equipment is returned damaged or anything like that. So to grow Muse 360, social media, brochures, and its business website and email marketing will be utilized. Muse 360's website is where users are able to book their indoor experiences and their sessions. And email marketing, that's when personalized newsletters will be sent to each of the consumers to update them of Muse 360 and its services. Yeah. So its competition is the opening of the Diet, which is a virtual reality experience in which users are able to go into a painting and interact with the characters within the painting. So this would be probably the biggest competition on Muse 360, as Muse 360 does not have that feature. Muse 360, due to its virtual reality aspect, can come up quite costly, and these are all of the costs that need to be considered in order to actually implement Muse 360. So yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. When you consider the costing for this, have you made any consideration for how much is it going to cost for you to license the paintings?
Yes, it can come up to a couple of £1,000 depending on the popularity of the paintings. So yeah, it can come up quite expensive, but with the right funding, that can be covered.
You said that your subscriptions are weekly. Have you thought about how much? It didn't actually have a figure on it.
It depends on the standard or the premium subscription. So say if a user wanted to buy the standard subscription at a weekly rate, it would be £50 weekly, whereas if it was monthly, it would be 75. Sorry. If it was a premium subscription, it would be 75, as obviously the premium feature has the extra 5 additional paintings in a software.
And it's the public, the families that are the customer, not the owners of the art.
Yeah, the people, yeah.
Thank you. So from my understanding, this is a software solution, but also a hardware. I mean, you apply hardware to it just for rent to users, to rent the hardware to users, but you're actually developing a software.
The main product itself is the software, so the paintings in a virtual reality, but Muse 360 also provides the extension service of equipment rental. So, yeah, but the only thing is users, if they want to rent the equipment, they would also have to purchase the Muse 360 application itself.
Subscription.
Yeah.
Okay, and it would work on like Google Cardboard and things like that, or is just with certain type of equipment that it work on?
Yeah, it will just be the virtual reality equipment. That would
Which
be
is
utilized,
Oculus
yeah.
Quest and things like that, or?
Pardon?
Oculus Quest.
Yeah, yeah,
okay.
the
All right.
yeah.
And what is your financial ask? Because I couldn't see that.
My financial ask would be 500K, only to cover the marketing, the equipment rental, because obviously for the equipment rental aspect of it, like equipment needs to be purchased. The software development cost, the equipment upkeep, the marketing, yeah. so
Okay,
500K.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lisa.
Yeah.
So my understanding is that because this is the customers need this kind of like virtual reality equipment, they have to rent it. It will not work otherwise, right?
No, that's why Muse 360 also has a branch. So that's where users are able to just go to the main branch and they will just need the Muse 360 application itself. The equipment would be provided.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what if they decided that they will rent the equipment, and because they are paying like the monthly or like weekly subscription that you have proposed, they will just keep the equipment? Have you considered that? They
That's
will
why
not return it.
No, that's why a deposit needs to be required.
Okay.
That the customer needs to pay for, but it will be returned if the equipment is returned undamaged.
Okay.
Yeah.
So and do you have like a figure of how much the deposit would be?
£100.
£100 deposit. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well done, Lisa.
Thanks.
Good. Okay. So, judges, that was our last one. All 9. I think we have 5 minutes on stage. If you have any thoughts, you want to have a quick comment? Anybody quick comment? Or you're going to pass those later on awards night? So judges will conclude their the winnings, whose positions of all 9, and then we'll advise you that as soon as possible. 2 will progress to playoffs, sponsored by Santander. But whilst we are here for the Digital and Tech Boardroom, I'd like to thank all 9 of you. Very well done. You sure have elevated, don't you think? Oh, yeah, still pressure's on. So I'm going to invite you. I'm going to invite you all back on stage. We do a picture. We have one of our sponsors here, Kitmir, from Mir Labs UK, Roland. You'll hear more from him tomorrow. So if you can join us on stage, we do a group picture for the 9 of you. And Roland, I have Sasan from the teaching team. Sasan, hiding behind the pillar again. I don't know how this stage handles. Yeah, we'll get a picture, picture from there as well. No, yeah, phone is good. I like. Yeah, please WhatsApp me. It'll be quicker on socials. Yeah, so let's. I don't know how we group this. Oh. Let me close this. I don't believe I left this all alone. Come, Roland, come up. Judges also come up. Yeah, just try and squeeze in. Yeah. Let me sideways, yeah? No. It's fixable.
We can stand in front.
It's fixable.
Oh, I think so.
From the back of the circle. We're going to hide this thing. Don't fall off the back. It's a bad idea. It's okay, we'll fix the stage. Right, judges in front. Yeah, good. We can come forward a little bit.
Let's try to leave this.
Oh, okay.
Good. Cheese. I'm hungry now. Lunch, yeah? I got one of those lunch vouchers. Cheese sandwich. Are we good? Reese? Yeah, super. Thank you, guys. Well done. Thank you, judges. I really appreciate for your time, and we'll catch up straight after this as well for some lunch. Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Waldo. Yeah, you can go. Elam, Dr. Elam, thank you so much. Yeah, we can pass you back the mic. Thank you. Excellent.
So we are going to have a 2-minute break and then we go to the next keynote speaker. Thank you very much.
Flo Mongenia. I'm a senior lecturer here. Can you hear me? This one? Is it better? Still not? Maybe I don't know how to speak in a microphone. Well, that's me in the meantime. Wait a second. I think it's, oh wow, yeah, no, it's working, yeah. So I'm Flo Mongenia. I'm a senior lecturer here at Birmingham City University. I'm going to talk a bit about artificial intelligence for engineering. So I'm going to try to focus on that. I was originally planning to give like an overview on machine learning, but I'm going to try to just focus on the general landscape of artificial engineering for engineering. And then in roughly speaking 10-15 minutes, we're going to have like an open discussions with two panel members from University of Birmingham and Aston University. And hopefully, either we're going to chat together, but hopefully we're actually going to engage and discuss with you guys. So what is artificial intelligence essentially? You've heard of that a couple of times since this morning, but essentially the idea is to simulate us, to simulate like how we behave, like how a human brain is working, essentially learning or reasoning, essentially doing something. Okay, so it's going to provide, of course, a lot of innovation and opportunities in the field of engineering. And it's actually not the future, it's actually the present. It's already doing absolutely a lot of things in various fields. Some can think of weed killers or like weed killing machines, for instance. And you might have heard of that because actually being developed by quite a number of companies. If you plan to start a startup right now in the field of like weed killing, my advice is don't do it. There's already like 400 or 500 startups working just on that point particular, like, you know, automatic weed killers. So it's already like, AI is already like really impacting the field of engineering in general. And it's just like one example, of course, is going to impact like other sectors like predictive maintenance. Okay, can we know when we have to change a tire in our car well in advance before it blows up? Okay, I'm talking about like a very, very like down to the earth example, but like all the machineries, everything, predictive maintenance is going to have like a huge impact in reducing operating costs, making things last longer. So it's also very related in the end to sustainable growth. And in terms of design, CAD is already impacted by AI. It's going to have like a lot of implications on maybe having like some more organic designs. It looks a bit like organic if you see these like pieces there. But like opening the door to other kind of shapes or the kind of design. And my take there, and it's a bit of a personal take, and I'm happy to discuss that with you guys later. But I believe like this is a revolution. Okay, I think it has been called actually the AI revolution, even if you had like an AI winter like 20 years ago. But like it's going to be a revolution, and I believe engineers, especially those who are going to enter the market, they need to have at least a good understanding on what is AI. Okay, because if you don't have this understanding, I think you might not be very competitive on the job market. Right. So what are we going to chat about today? And I have to say that this is not totally accurate, because we're going to talk about AI, of course, like giving like a brief history of what is AI. And I was planning to chat about machine learning and giving you a bit of like details on all the various techniques, when you can apply them, when you can't apply them. And I'm not going to talk about that. Right. So sorry about that. So it's like it's a bit of a tease. It's not going to happen. I'm just going to keep like an overview, and after, hopefully, it's going to be enough for like starting discussions about what is the technologies, what is the opportunities, and maybe what are the challenges and how we can work with them. Okay, so this discussion is going to be with me, but not only me, also Dr. Martin Rudolfer here from Aston University, and with Georgios Diamantopoulos from University of Birmingham. Yeah, right. So stay with me 10 minutes, and they will finally join me on the stage. All right. So as I was saying in the introduction, yep. Oh, okay. as I was saying in the introduction, the main idea behind AI is having a machine that can take a decision without a human in the loop. And for those who were in the previous talk, like self-driving machines, the idea is essentially at some point, you just put your hands wherever you want, you can eat, you can sleep in the car, and the car is going to drive for you. That's a bit the idea behind any AI system. What is making decisions? It's actually a very wide concept. It can be applied to many, many different kind of objectives. It can be recognizing patterns, for instance, like in a factory, being able to sort products, interpret and understand the data, maybe making a model out of the data, and of course, performing complex tasks. And maybe Martin will talk about that later when we think about robotics, but just like an example. And AI is also putting its fingers in like many subfields that can be thought as AI related, or maybe not even AI related. Robotics, it's not totally obvious that AI should be related to robotics, but nowadays, it's hard to do some robotics without AI. You can, but. And it blends into computer vision, it blends into like natural language processing. Needless to say, everybody here has heard of ChatGPT, for instance. Right. So, in my opinion, the main goal of AI is essentially having like an intelligent machine, okay, that can perform a task, whatever this task is, so it's a domain-specific problem, essentially without the intervention of a human, at a similar level than a human, or even maybe better than a human. And again, I can refer to like the previous talks where there's human errors and there's like machine errors, and we essentially want the machine errors to be lower than like a human error. So I have a question for you maybe. So what does it mean performing something better than a human? Maybe faster? It can be maybe faster, it might be more consistent. It can be with a higher rate of success. It's actually quite a complex question, and for every subfield, the answer is probably going to be slightly different, which explains why I want to have like an overview there. Let me give you a couple of maybe examples and illustrations that for some, you're going to be very familiar with that, and maybe for other applications, you're going to be a bit more surprised. So, computer vision systems, for instance, are already used to detect defects. And for instance, in manufacturing processes, or it can be also for inspecting bridges and identifying when there's cracks or damages into structures. And of course, when you're on your car on a bridge, you want to make sure that the bridge is like, healthy. Like natural language processing, we have heard of like ChatGPT and things like that, but there's like other kind of applications. For instance, when you want to interact on a manufacturing line, to be able to say, okay, Google, stop that big machine. I want to walk through that. So you can like start to interact with essentially like robots, like a processing line, various kind of equipment, or you can activate a machine. You can also like start making some task by asking the machine to do the task. All of that is essentially, okay, Alexa, but it's also what you can have in complex industrial environment. There's something that, again, we've heard of that through ChatGPT. If you guys have heard of reinforcement learning with human in the loop, it's a way of training any kind of system to do something. And how do we train it? Just by trial and errors. We ask the machine to do something, it fails. Okay, so you don't do it like that. You try again. At some point, it's going to be successful, and then you can actually deploy that machine in the real world. So in robotics, for instance, Amazon is doing a lot of work in that way for like picking up things, like packaging up things, for instance. And it's essentially a robot that's going to take decisions. You cannot train a robot to pick up all the different kind of things Amazon has in store. They have like what? Like millions of products. So you have like machines that can recognize, okay, if I want to package whatever product I'm supposed to package, well, I can go there, recognize it, picking it up, packaging it, and here it goes at our doorstep like the next day. And there's like another kind of AI that is a bit forgotten these days, in my opinion, but it's still like extremely important. It's like expert systems. And again, I can refer to the previous talk when we were talking about like putting ethics or putting rules in a system. How can we put rules in an AI systems? Sounds like a very up-to-date and complex questions, and actually it's like a part of AI since the 70s. And it's really important because it's like embedding the expert knowledge in a process. Hence the name, expert systems. And it's being used for like quality control because it's relatively easy to say, okay, if the piece is like that, it's like a good quality piece, or if there is this kind of defect, then it's still okay. And for this kind of defects, actually, no, you have to put it aside. And it's also very useful in terms of operating and maintaining a system. Like a good example is the batteries in any Apple. Okay, in any Apple device, they try to not charge the battery up to more than 80%, except if the user really want it, just to save the life of the battery. This is still like part of AI. And I'm going to pass on that because it was chatted like extensively with like a lot of interest by our previous, so it's like James Pickerman, I think. I might butcher the name. It was like a very interesting talk about like autonomous vehicles and autonomous systems in general. By the way, you have a lot of vehicles that are not cars. You know, things of like things in manufacturing environment that moves and move pieces from one place to the other one. In fields when you have like weed killers, like any kind of robots, there's a lot of vehicles that are not cars. A lot of implications in logistics and mining, which should not be surprising if we remember a bit history, where like trains were developed mostly for coal mines originally. Right. And I just want to essentially finish this talk on a bit of history on AI, because I think it's always interesting to consider the evolution and the history of things to understand them a bit better. So the idea behind smart things that can move by themselves is not new at all. If you think of Al-Jazari, who was living like almost like 1,000 years ago, he was pioneering the idea of making robots. He was actually making like a self-playing blender, playing like flutes and stuff like that. And I think if you ask anybody, hey, what is AI? They're going to say like, oh yeah, essentially it's a computer, right? And programming is not something new and was essentially pioneered by Ada Lovelace 150 years ago. The name is so famous in the computer science that Ada is the name of a language. Lovelace is the name of like a language as well. And it's also the name of one of the most powerful large language model, a bit like ChatGPT. So quite prevalent. So nothing that new, but what we think of AI as, you know, modern stuff started essentially in the 50s, when you had the first kind of AI systems that could like automatically solve a problem. Around the 50s as well, perceptron, so the first like neural network block, the smallest neural network block, was introduced also in the 50s, and the AI term itself was coined in a conference, I think it was in the UK in 1956. In the 70s in AI, most of the AI, 70s and 80s, most of the AI research was actually on expert systems. Expert systems is when you use your own knowledge to develop an automatic system. And we're going to hear that more and more of a blend between what I'm going to talk in a second and expert systems, because it is probably the way to solve this like legal, ethical, and safety issues that there's currently with the AI. 2000 is essentially when we had the starting block of machine learning, which is a subfield of AI. And neural network, artificial neural network, that's when the pioneering work by, and of course I forgot his name, the guy who's at the head of Meta, not at the head of Meta, the head of artificial intelligence at Meta, developed in the end of the 80s, like like SVM machines, where you can essentially have like good like separator between like, well, I'm going to pass on that because I'm losing a bit the track of my thoughts, sorry about that. And also like decision trees that was planning to talk about in the supervised section there, but I'm going to pass on that. But all of these systems, all of these techniques based on data, where before it was more based on logic, starting to be introduced, and not that successfully introduced. It was starting to work, but not that much. And the problem was like computer power at that time. But then, in the last 10, 15 years, computer power became like really cheap and really affordable. Which means all these techniques that were like, they were working, but not like really available and really as efficient as other kind of techniques, starting to literally boom. Right? Deep learning algorithms in particular have achieved breakthrough in like several kind of domains. Right? Image recognition, that's what has powered all of these self-driving vehicles that we have seen before, but also like other kind of applications. Image generation, you probably have heard of DALL-E, of other kind of software like that. Natural language processing, again, ChatGPT, Alexa, okay, Google, Siri, all the personal assistants behind that. And various kind of applications, in particular in problem solving. Google has reduced, for instance, how much energy is being used in the data farms by 20% by using mostly AI. So the field is absolutely not mature. Right? It's still like growing almost maybe at an exponential rate, so fast that regulation has issues to catch up, even to follow up. And I think it's going to continue transforming many kind of industries, in particular design, healthcare, and transportation. So very industries at the heart related to engineering. Right. So, and I was going to open up the discussions maybe. There's a lot of course, pros from AI. I think everybody here is a clear advocate of like artificial intelligence. It can be more accurate, it can be more efficient. It can lead to like optimized design. But there's also definitely, to this day, some shortfalls and limitations that we need to take into account when we design a product and when we use AI. Okay. The understanding like complex problems is still not there. The fact that we don't know exactly necessarily how the system is understanding the complex problem can be an issue. In particular, maybe in terms of ethics. How do you know you can deploy a system if you don't know how it works? Especially for machine learning algorithms, right? It's very good at doing what it has been trained on. But what if you want to do something else? Right? How can you go a bit away from that? And maybe one of the most dangerous aspects, especially if you work in a legal sense, the machine is going to learn what there is in the data. What if the data is biased, or what if the data is of a poor quality? Then you can have a system that's going to be biased. So again, maybe ethical and ethical questions have to be solved, or at least have to be managed. Right? That's it. I was trying to say a couple of extra things, but I'm going to stop here so we have a bit of time maybe for discussions, questions, and seeing a bit the role of AI engineering now and in the future. Thanks. So there's like, there's like two panel members, like Dr. Martin Rutherford from Aston University, lecturer in robotics, and George Diamantopoulos from University of Birmingham, an expert in digital twins and blockchain technologies. So do you have like any questions, or should we just like chat like that? So, okay, maybe I can have a question for you, Martin. What's your take on, generally speaking, robot and human interactions in terms of safety? Like, hard question maybe, and tough questions, like just an introduction, It's like, how far away are we from literally being able to interact with the robots in an industrial context?
So is this on? Yeah. So there's various different scenarios where we can imagine robots in a manufacturing context. And the classical scenario has been the robot is basically surrounded by a cage. There's no human interaction at all. It just does the same task over and over again, highly repetitive, very quickly, very efficient. but that obviously constrains the robot to this particular task, and we want them to be more flexible, to be reprogrammable, and to eventually interact with humans. So there's collaborative robots, and they have been developed, I think, in the last 10 years. So we see more and more cases in factories as well, where we have robots that are safer in a sense of collaborating with humans, so they don't need to be behind a cage, they only operate at slower speeds, and they are sensitive in the way that if they bump into something, they stop automatically, so they wouldn't hurt or injure a person. However, that is only the physical aspect of it. We now have also companies researching more household robots, domestic robots that help with cleaning up the kitchen, or robots for elderly care. And then actually an important component is also the social aspect, like how do they interact with the people, how do they communicate with the people. And I think there it's a very early stage, and we like it's still open research questions how to deal that, how to adjust to the culture of the person to interact with as well, because some things might be appropriate depending on who you talk to, some things might be less appropriate.
Absolutely fascinating point on the culture. I definitely need a robot for my kitchen, by the way.
Oh, and one thing I would like to add to that. Is this working?
Yes.
Right. So basically, I had this was a question or an idea I had from the previous talk as well, right? Martin talked about, you could have the robot in a cage, could be very fast, very efficient, no concerns there, right? And then kind of this is the first point, right? You have the robots on their own, and that's an okay problem because it's just robots. You can have them in a centralized, centralized control. Every robot knows where everything else is. And then it's easier to it's a less complicated environment. And on the other hand, you have just humans. Humans, we have developed a pretty good neural network, so we can use that to navigate the world. But then the problem really comes when you have the context of both humans and robots in the same place, right? And this is where because it's a matter of communication as well between the human and the robot, that's the problem. And it's also dangerous because you want to make sure, usually the top priority is safety. You don't want the robot to go rogue and hurt someone or cause an accident, right? And
the 3 laws of robotics by Asimov.
Yeah.
I think oh yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to ask what are your thoughts about using blockchain to help with data integrity for AI models and decentralization and traceability. So what are your thoughts? Would that be able to help AI models?
Right. So the thing you mentioned, using blockchain for AI, this is so far the most common use case for blockchain. What I'm working on for my research is the opposite. I'm using AI to make blockchain more secure and faster. A lot of you have heard that blockchain suffers from a lot of problems. It's slow, consumes a lot of energy in some cases. It has some security threats, right? If there is a case where someone can take over the system. And when you have a system like blockchain, which is focused on being decentralized and being secure and being immutable, right? And making sure that once the data is on the system, it stays there and cannot be changed. That it's kind of like you have a trilemma problem, right? You cannot have everything. And so in the past, my research has focused on applying machine learning for these optimization problems, thankfully without a human in the loop, because that makes it way harder. So I focused on this decision-making algorithm, which, there are these problems that you can never have the optimal solution. It's always a trade-off. So I developed these algorithms that kind of learn to interact with the system and use the most optimal strategy at the time. And initially I did that for high performance computing to save on energy. And then transitioning to my PhD, we thought that blockchain has a similar problem. It's always a trade-off. And I'm not going to say thousands, but you definitely have hundreds of protocols that are very specialized at one thing, but they cannot do anything, but they cannot provide, they're not general. So my idea is to develop this system that can interact. That's why it's also digital twins, right? It's you develop this feedback loop between the physical system and this model you have, and you basically use it to make decisions about, well, this is how the system is right now. What is the best answer, or what's the best solution to increase its performance, make it more secure, and so on. But you're right on that. That mostly they use the use case is the opposite. Blockchain is used to protect the data for machine learning, if it's because usually we have very sensitive data like medical data, and blockchain is a good solution to kind of keeping those safe, making sure, actually knowing exactly who has access and so on. But I don't want to go on forever.
I think that's actually a very good example of where, in what kind of application domains we can apply AI, because the typical examples we know from our everyday life are sort of ChatGPT, then some object detection and things like that. But it goes way beyond that, and many industries can be sort of revolutionized or progressed by applying AI to certain specific problems. And yeah, I learned about that for the first time, and I find it fascinating.
I'm a bit conscious of the time, so do we still have time, or is it's gone?
Oh, zero knowledge proofs. Oh, that's a bit too much math for me.
I can help.
But yeah, I've also looked into that. But this is more for the blockchain side of things. The very quickly to finish up, the thing that's really interesting is kind of having a system that's able to basically have control over the blockchain without breaking centralization. And if you're interested in blockchain, maybe we can have a chat after.
Yeah, I think
okay.
it's the way. Thanks a lot. Martin
Thank you.
from Aston and Georgios Diamantopoulos from University of Birmingham.
Thank you very much. So we will move on to the next stimulating presentation by Mr. David Chin. Please welcome David to the stage. Thank you, everyone.
with minute hands, which had never been achieved anywhere in the world. It had to strike a bell which weighed between 13 and 15 tons, with a hammer that weighed half a ton, 500 kilograms. So it's really is the most wonderful machine. And at the time, it was one of the wonders of the Victorian engineering world. So we'd been involved with this clock from 2007. And when the Elizabeth Tower project came along 6 years ago, we got invited to kind of start to do some work with the whole project. And the most amazing thing about this clock is it was designed by a chap called Lord Grimthorpe, Edmund Beckett Denison, and he wrote a book in 1860 called Clocks, Bells and Watches. And in that book, printed in 1960, is all about this clock. So it was a very unique experience to have a document written about a clock that you're going to start work on. And so it kind of not held my hand because it was, it didn't go into that much detail. But at certain points through the story, we could relate to what the builder was thinking about and how he was trying to make this wonderful machine be so accurate. So the first thing we had to do was to take the hands off the clock. Now, we weren't quite sure how much these hands weighed because nobody had really taken much notice in the time when they had been off before. In his book, this is the third set of clock hands. And in the first set of clock hands, the minute hand and the counterbalancers alone weighed 1.5 tons, and they're made from cast iron. And that the clock had no chance of driving them, so they got rid of those, and they made some out of bronze. And funny enough, they just weighed a little bit less, so the clock still couldn't work. And in the end, they changed the design to be made out of copper and lighter and more durable. So we had to take these off, and it wasn't a straightforward process. Even though somebody had taken them off in the 1980s, the machining involved in this clock was so accurate that we had to make a puller to pull them off the shafts that they sat on. Now the shafts are hexagonal in shape and they're tapered. So when you do slide the hand on, that they do grip really, really hard. And so it's not like a normal clock where you can just wobble them about a bit and they come off. And we'll have a look at that type of accuracy when we get around to doing it. But you could only put the hand on one way. It wouldn't go on any other way. So there's a lot of marking and making sure that we did everything correctly. Now, part of the project was that we had to, and this is just an idea, this is the hour hand. And you can see how decorative it is. When you go to London and look up, you can see these hands and you don't get a full idea of what they were. Fusion had designed the dials, and he had also gone along and designed the hands to have all this detail in. It weighs about 80 kilos. So we had to start to remove the kind of what we call the dial motion works. And these are the gearing which give the 12-to-1 reduction between your minute hand and your hour hand. And obviously on a clock this size, we're looking at a rod there which is approaching 120 millimeters in diameter and is just under 3 meters in length and weighs 80 kilos. And a lot of this was a voyage of discovery for us because the people who had worked on it before hadn't told us or left us any details about how much these things were going to weigh. So we had all this over-the-top lifting equipment. In the world of health and safety now, it was quite important that we did. We then had to remove these. These are like counterweights. They weigh 150 kilos each. So it's not as if we were kind of working on your Rolex watch or any other type of horological item. So once we kind of stripped out all of these gears, part of the contract was that we had to make sure that one dial showed the correct time during the whole conservation project. So this meant we had to design and make an electric drive unit to sit on between the dial and the clock room, because this was going to be the biggest building project ever undertaken to the tower. So it was literally going to become a building site. So we designed these units to clamp onto a bracket which protrudes from the dial room wall. We couldn't cut or drill or anything like that. And we also had to make a set of replica hands so that the people could, tell the time. We decided to make them to look in the same decorative design because I didn't want people to know that the clock movement was really out of the tower. So you can see us here. We had a lot of this just drawn up in AutoCAD and then laser cut, and then we fabricated it in our workshops. And this is the kind of inside of the minute hand. So we built it like the wing of an aeroplane. So you could start to build those all in. We made ours out of mild steel. We thought they were only going to have to last 2 years. And so we kind of thought, well, we don't need to make them out of anything non-ferrous. But well painted with a good paint system and well made, they're going to be fine for next time they have to do the job. This is a photograph which can only will never be taken again, actually. On the right-hand side, you can see the new dial design. When they got to do the dials, they did paint analysis, and they found that the dials were originally blue, and the whole gilded surface was different. On the right is the old black dial. So we had to make 2 sets of hands and 2 drive units, so that when this transition came from the black dial to the blue dial, we'd make sure that one dial was always on time. So this shot could only be taken in a 24-hour period, because as the scaffold came down to reveal the blue dial, the scaffold went up to cover up the black dial. And I'm personally very proud of this picture because it's they're both sets of Cumbria Clock Company hands, both sets of Cumbria Clock Company drive units, and at that time they'd been up there for 2 years and were most likely one of the most photographed objects in London. So the other part of the project was that you had to have the bell striking for Remembrance Sunday and also for New Year's Eve. So we made this tolling unit. And the thing is, when you're dealing with a heritage item such as Big Ben the bell, you don't really want to be the man who breaks it. It's already got a crack in it, and that's what gives its unique sound. So we had to be really careful here that we designed this tolling unit to give exactly the same amount of lift that the original clock did. One, so that it gave the same sound across London, and secondly, so if it did crack and anybody did any research into the product that I supplied, I could say, well, it's exactly the same as it was before. So it's kind of backing yourself a little bit. So we made that as well. Once we had those 2 things in place, we could start to dismantle this clock. And these are what we referred to as the smaller items of the clock. The wheels there are only kind of, perhaps the one you can see in the foreground, 1 meter in diameter and weighs about 30 kilos. At this moment in time, the only way out was to carry this stuff up 4 flights of a spiral staircase, onto a scaffold, over a balustrade, onto a scaffold, around the scaffold, into a hoist lift, and then down again. And when I came and studied horology at Birmingham Polytechnic, or BCU now as we know it, that wasn't part of my curriculum, I can assure you. So we took all that apart, which left us with just the 3 main barrels in the clock frame. And these are quite huge. The far one weighs 760 kilos. The one in the middle is just 320 kilos. And the one nearest to us is 680 kilos. So we had to kind of have a whole scaffold rigged up so we could start to lift those out. And this is that quarter barrel at 760 kilos being lifted out of the frame. It's most likely the largest component in horology in this country, or perhaps the world. And this is the part which plays those famous Westminster chimes. So once we had all that out, we could start on this. And this is the pendulum bob. Now, some of you will most likely see pendulum bobs in clocks. This is the mother of all pendulums. This weighs 320 kilos and is 4 meters in length. And it sits in a box, not very wide, about 900 wide, a bit more, 1,200 wide, in a void which is 220 feet. So what's that, 70 meters. And we had to get it out there. What made it even worse is that they put the pendulum in place and then built the case around it. So we then had to cut a hatch in the floor, and we started to lift it out up through the scaffold until I got it stuck. And if you're sitting there with a pendulum which is 4 meters in length, weighing 320 kilos, and it's stuck, and you've got the main contractor there who's got his health and safety hat on and saying, what are we going to do, Keith? And you say, well, you're going to have to do a scaffold alteration, and that's going to delay the project by 2 weeks. And they say, well, we can't do that because it costs lots of money. And I say, well, you can go for a cup of coffee then. And he said, well, Keith, if I go for a cup of coffee, you're going to do something which is not covered in our RAMs. And I said, well, the best thing to do is perhaps go for a cup of coffee. And you could see the moral dilemma he had going on in his head. And he decided to go for a cup of coffee. And when he came back an hour later, the pendulum was out on the floor. This left us with the weights. And again, you know, this is a big clock. The weights that drive this clock weigh, the one we can see nearest to us is 1.5 tons of cast iron. The one in the middle is a diddy-boo one of 1/4 of a ton, and the one at the back is just knocking in at a ton. These operate in a weight shaft of 170 feet, and they have to be wound 3 times a week. So we had to, normally, and we'll see later, the bottom of this shaft is filled with 8 feet of sandbags. So we removed all the sandbags, which then allowed us to lower the weights to this position and get those out the way. And then we were able to start to lower the larger parts of the clock mechanism down the weight shaft. And this was the only way at that time to get these items. Again, these are quite chunky in their own right. They're, you know, the barrels are 300 kg. And it took the electric winch 15 minutes to go down, 15 minutes to come up, and we had a lot of components to take out. So I think it ended up taking us about 3 days to get all the heavy bits out. And this is the pendulum going out through the colonnade. This is usually a very busy area with MPs running about, and I can assure you that no MPs got hurt in the process, unfortunately, no matter how hard we tried. So this left us with the clock frame. Now, I'd have really liked to have been able to take this out so we had the whole clock mechanism out and in our workshops. But unfortunately, well, we'll talk about it later, it had a big disaster in 1976. And to strengthen it, they had to build some steel framework for an infrastructure and build that into the stonework, which I was concerned that if I did take it out, there would be issues with trying to get it back in square. And so we decided to leave that in. We could then box it up, and then we could come back to it later on in the project to undertake the conservation work required. So with all of this out, we moved it back up to Cumbria. Now, the whole thing was it had to be done in secret because nobody wanted to know, they didn't want anybody to know, sorry, that the clock was off the estate. It is a World Heritage Site. The clock is regarded as being a World Heritage item. And so therefore they felt that if people knew it as somewhere like us, there'd be attempts to be able to break in and steal parts or run off with one of the hands, which would look great at a demonstration. So it was all hush-hush. All the bits came up at night. We've got a really good security system, which Parliament kindly upgraded. I think it was more protected than Sellafield for the 3 years that we were there. You know, the locals brought into the whole idea that this clock was in our workshop in a small village of Dacre behind a medieval castle, And if we had anybody turning up who shouldn't be unusual to the area, we'd soon get a phone call giving us their number plate. It wasn't quite like people hiding in haystacks, but it was certainly feeling that way. So once we had the clock in our workshops, we had to start to clean it. And there's several different methods of cleaning. On the left-hand side, it's just a kind of common degreasing. We use a CitraClean natural-based product which can clean off just oil and grease. On the top one, we're using a system called aquablasting. And aquablasting is usually used for restoration of alloy car wheels. But it's very, very small glass beads in high-pressured warm water. And they cushion the cleaning process. And so it hardly removes anything of the original material that the clock was made from. And at the bottom was a new technique we were using called ice blasting, where you're firing ice at a high pressure, which hits the kind of the surface of what you're working on and causes little thermal shocks, which then blast the contaminant off that object that you're working off. And it's a very good way from a conservation point again for working on them. We then had to make a series of jigs to be able to move the stuff around the workshop, because again you're entering into the world of manual handling, where you know that's where accidents happen in a workshop, when things are just too heavy for people to move around. So a lot of that is just making bits which allow us to do that. We then went and did non-destructive testing for cracks on all of the items that we felt were involved with the weights or anything else which could cause a catastrophic disaster to the clock. So we just use the penetrative dye method with an ultraviolet light, and this is one of the ratchet wheels which we did check. The problem when you start to do this, from a you're always trying to balance conservation and restoration, because we want to save as much of the original surface and as much of the original clock as possible, but at the same time we've got to make sure it's here for another 164 years. So we do that, we have to be selective over the parts that we strip back to the base metal. So this is one of the items that we did do that with. We then started to look at where the wear and tear was. Now, I mentioned that we removed what we call the dial motion works, which are the parts which give the 12-to-1 reduction between the hour and minute hand, and that's the part which does get quite a bit of wear, because it's sticking out the front of the dial. You're open to all those elements. So once we cleaned everything up with a base coat, we could start to assess those, and here you can start to see this wear in the middle, where the little roller is. Now, it doesn't look much, and you kind of think, on a clock which has dials which are 7 meters in diameter, the minute hand still kind of coming at 120 kilos, what does a little bit of wear like that do? Well, what it does is reduce end shake. And if it reduces the end shake even on that size, because it's moving very slowly, it's moving at the same speed as your clock in your house, as the hands on your watch. So if you start to remove that kind of tolerance, then you end up with problems. So this is that minute rot. You can see the hexagon end on it, which the minute hand went on. So we ended up kind of looking at different methods. And with conservation in this day and age, it's all about considering all the different ways we could go forward. We could have used metal spraying, but I felt that the depth of metal spraying wouldn't actually, I wouldn't be comfortable that we got that depth of penetration. We could have machined it back and put some sleeves on, but then I'd be removing too much of the material. So in the end, what we decided to do was to just take it down to where the wear was, and the rollers that these operated on, we just put rims onto those. So we took it down, and then instead of trying to replace the wear on those parts, we put it onto the rollers. Once we had done this machining, we could put this gearing, this motion work back together. Now it's great here, we got it in the workshop, we got it on a jig, we've tested it to a certain degree, but there's one thing you have to do is fit the hands. Now that's quite straightforward on a dial which is up to 8 feet in diameter, but when you've got something of this size, the only way you can do it is to build a scaffold outside your workshops and build it on there. Now, where my workshops are, they're just not far from a public footpath. Yeah, and this process took 2 weeks for us to do. All the way through this process, not once did anybody, when they're walking the dog, come and say, "Excuse me, what are you doing?" They just seemed to take it in their stride. Oh, there's the Cumbria Clock Company, they're messing around with some big hands. So anyway, once we kind of put them together on the scaffold, put the hands on, and tested that we had that free movement and everything was running correctly, that was fine. The other thing we had to do is just, the clock was so well made. It really was such a well-made mechanism that there wasn't a huge number of items which needed repairing. This was one. This is a cast iron pinion on the right-hand side. You can see where the wears occurred on the teeth. We manufactured a new one, again using cast iron, because I don't want to mix dissimilar metals, because as soon as I start doing that, the wear patterns will be different. So this was not an easy project to do because the teeth were square in form, and so that did cause us a bit of problem. But that one on the right had done 160 odd years work, so I'm just hoping that mine will do exactly the same. We made 2 new sets of bevels. These are a set of bevels which you'll see drive up to a big fly fan which regulates the speed of the strike and chime. We found that the ones that had been replaced 40 years ago, they'd used 2 different tooth forms, which again wasn't good practice, so we manufactured a new set of these. Then it was just a case of doing some straightforward rebushing and repivoting, which is something we do all the time in our workshops. And once we'd done that, we started to refinish. So we wanted to keep as much of the original painted surface as possible, but at the same time we had to protect the system. So what we tended to do was repaint over any solid paint, make a note of that, so that should anybody in the future want to be able to do paint analysis, that they'll be able to go along and know exactly where they can do that. So if they can get a better idea of how the Victorians made their paint 164 years ago, in a few years' time, they know where to go and get that test from. And there's John just lacquering some parts. This is that big, I love this picture, I love the item. This is that chime barrel, 760 kilos, after its conservation process. All the steelwork's been cleaned and finished. We don't lacquer that. We use a product called microcrystalline wax, which we apply hot, which then gets absorbed into the crevices of the cast iron and the steel and protects. And it means that when we go back to service the clock, we just have to apply a new coat of wax every now and again. We come into the pendulum, and whenever you've done a clock restoration, obviously you want to be able to test the clock. And we have a big testing frame in our workshops, so we could hang this massive pendulum. Once we did that, we were able to just construct this small section, the ticking section of the clock in our test frame. We fitted one of our automatic winding units, so we couldn't, so we could just keep it wound, and we set it going, and it to regulate it and see how we do it. COVID hit, so we ended up with this ticking away on our test frame for nearly 2 years. We got quite bored with it after a while, I must admit. It was being the way. But what's interesting, what made this clock really special is the escapement, the ticking part. I mean, without going into too much technical detail, the big problem that people had with clocks is that when you hang a weight from a clock, things happening to the hands, the weather, the way the wind blows, the pigeons landing on the hand can directly affect the timekeeping qualities of the clock. So what was special about Grimthorpe is this, and his drawing of it in his book. This is called Lord Grimthorpe's double three-legged gravity escapement. And instead of the driving weight, those massive weights impulsing the pendulum, what he used, those 2 arms coming down the side, he used those being lifted and dropped onto the pendulum to keep it going. They only weigh a few grams, and they're keeping a pendulum that weighs 320 kilos swinging. And all the weight, the driving weight, has to do is turn the hands on the outside of the dial and lift those legs and drop it onto the pendulum. And that revolutionized public timekeeping and made it possible for public clocks all of a sudden to keep time. And because Lord Grimthorpe didn't believe in patents, it meant that other clockmakers followed it, and everybody started making this escapement, and public clocks suddenly started keeping really good time throughout the UK, and it spread into the continent as well. So part of the contract as well was taking a full set of photographs of every item as it went through its different procedures. So I've got thousands of photographs of different parts going through the workshops, and these have all been catalogued, and now they're with the House of Parliament. Also, we had to make a full set of engineering drawings for the clock as well. So this is the first time in its life that anybody's made a full set of drawings for the Westminster clock. We have details, going back to the book I mentioned right at the beginning, his book, he says in that book, I only did 1 or 2 drawings. The rest of the time I used to do sketches to give to the workmen to make that bit. So even the designer never made a set of drawings. Obviously you know this better than me, but we made a model, we then rendered it, we can render it to get those drawings. And so we have these models of the clock mechanism, and the part underneath is an automatic winding system, which I'll touch on later. But again, and again, you know this, I'm just old, but these kind of renders and the way you can manipulate them makes it really, really good for teaching people how to look after this clock in the future. And you know, I just find them fascinating. They're easier to understand than a photograph, in my opinion. So we're moving on to that winding system. The winding of the clock is when you look at winding up nearly 3 tons of cast iron 3 times a week. Even in Victorian times, that was hard work. And in 1912, they made this automatic winding or semi-automatic winding system. It never worked. The last time it worked properly was in the 1960s. And since then, they kind of used it in a very crude manner. Part of the project was for us to be able to bring this back into full working order. So we got all the parts back to the workshop. We built this jig in our workshops and put it together as it would have been in the tower. In doing so, we found that there was a part missing. So I got into contact with Parliament and said, do you keep all the bits? They said, yes, we don't throw anything away. We have all the bits. So I said, can I have a look at them? They said, yes, you can go to our storage department in North Acton and we can organise for you to get the parts. I said, fine. So off I went to North Acton. Oh, and this is what I found. It was like something out of an Indiana Jones film. They kind of pulled out of that 6 boxes. And in those 6 boxes were more boxes like this. And this is true. I know it sounds like I'm over-dramatising it, but in the 6th box, I found this bit. And it's true. I ran back to, well, I didn't run. I went back to Cumbria and put it in, and it fitted like that missing bit from a jigsaw puzzle. And we were able to then we were right in what we were thinking, and we were able to start rebuilding the automatic winding system. And this is one of the lads who works in our workshop rebuilding that winding system. This is one of those renders of it, and what makes it clever, this was made in 1912. It drives off one motor, that motor you can see right at the back, which is a 3-horse motor. In the front of it, we call it the brains. It's a series of indexing cams, because what you've got to understand is when you're winding a clock, when it comes up to 1:45 or 1:15, it has to disengage, allow the weights to go back onto the clock for it to be able to sound the quarters, and then everything else has to re-engage, and then it's got to start its winding process. So this was done just by literally cams and levers indexing how that happened. And it is a very, very clever machine. I'm going to be doing a lecture just all on this later on in the year. It is incredible. And we got it working as it should do. It has a very clever part for winding what we call the going train, the ticking side, where it has a way of maintaining the power in the right direction whilst you're winding, so the clock doesn't try to go backwards. We also had to restore all the hammers which strike the bells. These are just great big lumps of cast iron, really, are being levered around. The hammer heads on these are 70 kilos each, and this is the one which plays the double note on the Westminster chime, because you have two soon after each other. We then started the process of reinstalling the clock mechanism. This is us putting the motion works back in, us putting the hands back on. We found out we didn't need that fancy Dan scaffolding so much, and we could manhandle them around. And this is the first time we actually got the original hands back onto the original dials in their original painted blue livery. And I don't know if many of you have been back to London, but if you do, they do just look fantastic. We then connected them, all the dials back to, this is a separate drive unit we made in 2007, which drives all 4 dials. We put it back on that, and then we put all the hammers back onto the bells, and this is Big Ben itself. Now I know I should refer to it as the Great Clock of Westminster and Big Ben the bell, but everybody knows it as Big Ben. This is the 13.5-ton bell, and you can just see on the right the square where they terminated the crack, which gives it a unique tone. And it's a beast of a bell. This is just one of the smaller quarter hammers. All the adjustment you've always got to keep that little gap between the hammer and the bell, because that's what allows it to ring out and sound pure. He did it with rubber buffers, and all the adjustments for those have become corroded solid, and we had to free all those up. And now you can adjust it as it was originally designed to be used. Same as we took it out, we started to lift the clock back into position, and then by December 2021, this part of the mechanism was back in, and the clock was ticking away as for the first time in 3 years. Now, the one thing people always think about are the pennies on Big Ben. Now, personally, I would get rid of the pennies. That went down like a Led Zeppelin when I suggested that, because Lord Grimthorpe didn't design it to be run-off pennies. He designed it to have those little lovely brass weights which you put onto this regulating frame. Now, to make a clock gain, if you've got a pendulum and you regulate that clock to being quite accurate, this shelf sits a third of the way down from the pendulum. And by adding a small amount of weight here, you actually lift the center of the bob up by a very small amount. So by adding 1 penny, you adjust the timekeeping by 2/5 of a second in 24 hours. So this is how they can keep the clock really, really accurate. And originally, they just used those little weights. The reason they went to pennies, we think, is when they did take the clock apart, or the pendulum apart, in 1934, and there's a series of holes on the bottom of the pendulum. They put this pin back in the wrong hole, which meant they couldn't regulate the clock. And I'm sure the workmen just thought, oh, we'll just throw some pennies on until we get it to the right time. We were able to take it back to where it should be, to an extent where we didn't need to use the pennies, but Parliament just said, no, we've got to have them back, which is a shame. We then started to put the clock mechanism back. This is just an indication of how the size was. And this is when we put those fly fans back on, the ones which I was saying were driven by those bevel gears. What was quite interesting, the one at the back, which is the strike one, that went on fine. The one nearest to us, we put it on. When I tested it, it hit the wall. They'd replastered the room and put too much plaster on the wall, and that meant the fly fan couldn't turn. So this led to some, what are we going to do? Are we going to cut the plaster off? Blah, blah, blah. We decided that would just produce too much dust, so we actually reduced the diameter of the fly fan slightly. But it was kind of a comedy, a moment when we found that happened. And this is just a photograph of us and the team in the process of putting it back together. So this is a part I love. This is how the clock used to be wound. 2 people used to sit and wind the clock 3 times a week. It would take 5 hours to wind the clock on each time. To give you an idea of what you have to turn a handle. And for one wrap of weight line on the barrel, you have to, you turn that handle 120 times for 1 lash of cable on the barrel. You have to put 62 lashes of cable onto that barrel. That means you have to turn the handle over 7,500 times to wind the clock up. And that's not allowing for on the quarter, you have to stand back and what the work you've done already goes back down the weight shaft. So what that actually leaves is these footprints. And when we kind of cleared away the coverings from the floor, for the first time in about 50 years, we discovered these footprints of the men who used to stand beside the clock and wind them. And when you go and put your feet in them, it's like putting your hand in a glove. It's absolutely remarkable. And out of the whole project, that was one of my favorite parts. The automatic winding system was fitted in 1912, and so that is 60 years of winding the clock. And this is just a picture of that winding system looking nice back into where it went. Now, it winds these weights, as we discussed, and these weights go down that tower for 70 meters, and they used to land on this big pile of sandbags, which really had just turned into a big lump of concrete, really. So we got all those out, and we were talking about it, and I suggested that we might be able to replace 8-footer sandbags by something a little bit more modern, and off they went, and they made this crash deck, which is a kind of a honeycombed system. So if the weights do fall, they land on that, and that takes up all the inertia from a weight weighing 1.5 tons dropping 70 meters. So what happens if a weight does fail? Well, at 3:45 one morning in 1976, that happened at Big Ben, and that's what happened. It absolutely destroyed the clock mechanism itself. And I was very fortunate to work as a young clockmaker with the person who rebuilt it. And he saved this clock. I mean, they were, in 1976, considering replacing it with an electric drive. This chap called John Vernon came along. He said he could rebuild it. The company got the job. After this disaster, within 12 hours, he got the clock ticking again. Within 7 days, he got it striking again. And within 12 months, he'd rebuilt the quarter train of the clock. What stops that from happening now is this clever break made in the National Physics Laboratory after the disaster. It's quite clever. It's kind of got a centrifugal clutch. Well, what happens if it accelerates? The bottom part starts to go at a speed where a ball bearing is thrown up into the mechanism, up into the gearing of that brake, and then that engages the 2 clamps which grab the wheel and stop it from plummeting down the shaft, and that way they protect it from happening again. So this is the dial in all its glory. I mean, it does look spectacular. It's been double thickness English gold leaf. The paint is a very robust paint. The dials have been reglazed using hand-blown glass. Each panel was selected. There's 324 panes of glass per dial. And behind it now, they've got this modern set of LED lights, so they can change the dial to any color that they wish. What they do with it, though, is to kind of illuminate it at night to this beautiful kind of yellow color, which looks like gas lighting, which does look rather splendid. Now the clock movement's back in. It's ticking away. It's keeping within 1 second in 10 days. I do refer to it as the smartphone is 1859. There's very few things made nowadays which will be doing exactly the same thing as they were designed to do 164 years later. And I'm very privileged to work in a field where that is. We combine traditional horology with modern manufacturing, modern engineering, wherever we can. You know, we try to make it, we go forward. We use modern manufacturing techniques. We use wire erosion, spark erosion. We use 3D printing to test things. You know, we're always looking at developments within engineering of how we can keep these wonderful, wonderful mechanisms from becoming redundant. This machine will go for 100 years. The only thing which will stop this from going is losing the skills to look after it. And that's why, you know, skills which BCU still keep alive at Victoria Street in horology are very, very important. And combined with engineering courses which BCU do, which you know, help us in its own way, it goes to show how important I think the whole university is. I'm really proud to be part of this organisation. When I came here in 1981, it was a polytechnic, and it's just magnificent to see how it's grown. So most people just see the outside of Big Ben, which is right, and they don't see that clock mechanism which I had working on. But I refer to this as a 97-metre high beacon of heritage craft skills. I mean, the amount of young people who are involved in the stonework, the ironwork, the gilding, everything else has been remarkable. What did the project cost? I think it was like £82 million. But the tower is future-proofed. It's had the best restoration it's ever done. And it will be sure that it's here. And I'm very proud to have been a part of it. Thank you very much indeed.
Everyone is like just watching all the slides and listening to your speech. That was brilliant, really interesting. It was STEAM in action, in my opinion. It was art, technology, science, everything. Yeah. Any questions from the audience? Anyone wants to raise anything? Yes? Yeah, okay.
So what's happened with those parts that you either
to have them on my mantle. Oh, sorry. I'd really like them on my mantelpiece, but no, they go back in. I mean, it's all about the future, isn't it? And we're just passing through it. So even though I would have loved to have kept that pinion as a paperweight in my office, it's gone back to Parliament, unfortunately, and every part has. Yeah, what Tristan is asking, you know, the clock makers before were a lot more intrusive in their conservation and restoration approaches. Things change, you know, people, the philosophy of conservation changes, and for a period the clock was just regarded as being a machine, also a functional machine, which is really what it is. Also, the clock couldn't be stopped for a long period of time. So, you know, if Big Ben stopped it, the Parliament went mad. So the clockmakers before me had to work very quickly, and perhaps they definitely didn't have the time and the ability for me to, you know, like look at the options available. So some of those repairs were just because the clockmakers didn't have the time to actually be a little bit more sensitive around them.
monitoring system to see if everything is aligned or keep aligned or stay.
I'm really pleased you asked that question. I mean, funny enough, we've just been talking to people about monitoring. If you're interested in that, the Trinity College, Cambridge, have their professor of physics monitors their clock. You can see how it works. He actually can see when a spider builds its web around the pendulum. It's a fascinating site if you're into physics and engineering. Go and check it out. I'm in the process of talking to Parliament about putting monitors on the mechanism itself. Not really to monitor bearing wear, which I think is something which is quite an in thing at the moment. More to kind of monitor the timekeeping and the effects of the environment around the clock. We know that temperature, humidity, those things affects a pendulum. But when Big Ben, as the sun goes round the tower, they say the point at the top transcribes a circle 7 inches in diameter in the sky as the brickwork warms up on one side and goes round. So that must have an effect on the timekeeping. Also, the Palace of Westminster is built on an island, a marshy island originally, and I'd love to monitor it to see if high tides have an effect on the clock itself. There's so much information we could get, and I would find that really useful as a tool for universities and schools. I mean, some of the people here were talking about projects when I was in there about how you want to tie schools up with your soil monitoring and stuff like that. There's so many things now we could do with clocks and monitoring pendulums and what you can learn from that. So watch this space, I think the answer is. Yeah. Yeah, everything was heavier and bigger. And in engineering in 1859, they couldn't do the stress analysis that we can do now. So everything was massively over-engineered. So I'm sure if we were to redesign a clock to do exactly the same as Big Ben now, then it would look completely different and be as functional. It was just a different approach to engineering. And I mean, one thing Big Ben's very unique for, it's the first big machine that used cast iron all the way through its wheelwork. Before then, cast iron was a relatively modern material. You just used frames and used for decorative items. In 1859, that was the first one where somebody was brave enough to say, well, I'm going to make the wheels and pinions out of cast iron. And it was successful.
You say that obviously it's made of cast iron, the clockwork. Does the quality of the actual cast iron itself, does it differ from when it was made like back then to now? Like, is the quality of the cast iron different, or is it the exact same? That's something I really wanted to get some analysis done on, but I struggled to find somebody who could do it. The cast iron that is used in the clock looks, or to me, appears to be really good, but it's a little bit more than that. It's how they went around casting, and I found some really interesting documents about how they use things called chills, which were steel plates which they put in the casting sand, so that when they poured the cast iron, it cooled it down very quickly, which formed a hard outside edge. Now, I couldn't find anybody capable of doing that, sadly. So I do have a feeling that the pinion that I made won't last 164 years. They can use different ways of hardening, cyanide hardening and things like that. But it'll be interesting. It's something which I'd like to get Parliament to do, is a little bit more analysis into materials used. And again, that's just a useful bit of information to get fed back. But really good question. I like that.
Keith, quick question. Over the past few years, I've sent you emails saying, please come and fix this clock. So what's it like working with Parliament fixing a clock?
Well, they're clients, aren't they? I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I've run my own business for 34 years, and I was talking to some of the students today saying, I set the Cumbria Clock Company up with my wife when we were 26 years old. So if you think of going into business, I say just go for it. And then nobody can teach you what it's like working in that environment. And they definitely, when I was at Birmingham Polytechnic in 1981, there wasn't a module which says dealing with awkward clients. You have to learn that as you go through. Parliament, it's getting harder and harder for heritage crafts to be involved in big construction industry. And that's a problem, again, that we've got to address in heritage craft, not necessarily engineering. And I think, you know, dealing with customers is something, if you do go into business, you just have to learn as you go along. Good question, Mark, though. You were easier than Parliament.
Thank you very much, everyone. We need to stop now, although I know we want to ask many more questions. Thank you very much, Keith. That was amazing. We all enjoyed it. Thank you, Mark, for bringing Keith to us and introducing him to us. Thank you. Please. Thank you. Following the series of AI presentations, we have our next presenter, Kees van Happeren. He's the Associate Director, Strategic Business Development for Borwell. And the presentation is titled Military Use of Autonomous Weapon System, AI and International Law. Please welcome Kees. Thank you. So your
Is it on? Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Kees van Happeren. I'm working as introduced as an associate director for Borwell. My managing director would have been here a bit later to talk about some of our developments in AI and machine learning. But a few years ago, I was asked by the IET to give a presentation on AI in a defense context, and I said, yeah, that's okay, I'm happy to do that. However, I want to place it in a legal context. And why that seems relevant to look at AI in a legal context, I think the past few months has become clearer and clearer that there are serious questions about the viability, the legality, the legitimacy of using artificial intelligence in all sorts of systems. It's been a topic for some years under the auspices of the United Nations, where the United Nations is the most senior international legal body in the world, and it has been trying to regulate technologies to do with the, well, let's make it very explicit, killing of people. So it has looked at lethal autonomous weapon systems, and it's tried to set up a legal regime to curtail the way in which that technology evolves and develops, and for international communities of nations to agree with each other what kind of mechanisms they put in place to restrict the development of that technology. So what I thought I'll do is I'll give you a little bit of a view on how international law has dealt with this lethal aspect of autonomous weapon systems, machine learning and AI, in order to give you a bit of an appreciation as to how we can look at AI more broadly and how international law more broadly, more generally, could perhaps play a role in helping us as humanity to put some constraints around AI. I'll use the example of weapon systems because this regime has been ongoing for a number of years, and the United Nations has made some progress, and there have been several meetings over the past few years trying to progress and to come to some form of agreement. The way that we are using weapon systems in the world has already been curtailed in many years, and you may know about disarmament treaties, arms regulation treaties, and AI and machine learning are treated in the same way by the similar regimes. My background is I'm ex-military, but I served a different, well, I guess I used to joke and say I served a different queen, but of course we have a king now in the Netherlands, and fortunately you now have a king too, so we've caught up. I won't go through all the background detail. I started in the Air Force as a fighter controller, and the air defense system that was created in a NATO environment was one of the first systems that tried to interconnect lots of technologies in order to warn us on the use of atomic weapons and missile attacks. And this was all during the Cold War, which we seem to have re-entered quietly with similar sort of opposition. So what I will try to do within the half an hour that we have, or slightly less now, is give you a little bit of an overview of examples of the current state of affairs. The previous speaker of the MOD didn't give you tangible examples because officially states are saying that they are not using or deploying any weapon systems that have AI and machine learning in them. However, we've had some weapon systems around for a number of years, so I'll pause briefly there and give you an overview of what I know publicly has been the case. I will talk about the international legal framework that's been put together, an international legal framework of international law applicable to the methods and means of warfare, and it places obligations on all states, all nations. And talk to you about some legal principles in order to give you an idea on the technical features that you could design and build into systems to overcome some of those issues and to implement those principles in the way that technology is designed, and then a conclusion. The slide pack has some additional slides, but I won't need them today. So why this background? So the important distinction that we need to make between AI, for instance, for autonomous vehicles driving on the roads or buses, as has been, they started their tours in Nottingham this week. I'll give you a view on some of the aspects of autonomous weapons. But the main issue is, can they select and attack targets in a manner that complies with international law? And the real important aspect is, are these systems lethal? Do they kill or can they kill people? And that's when the international law comes in. It's about regulating the way that we use it, the way that we design them, the way that we need to be able to intervene in them. And that may not be the case currently in normal peaceful technologies, but it is an example on how to restrict it. We make a distinction, and I don't know whether it's appropriate for this audience to spend too much time on the distinction between automated and autonomous and the lethal aspect. So I thought I'll dig out some definitions that I used within the presentation. And we've moved from automated, as we started maybe early in the 60s to look at automation, to how we're now using automated systems in order for us to be able to program them so they can do certain routine actions in a scripted fashion and tasks that are defined with certain entry and exit conditions. So we can clearly regulate and define how these systems are going to operate. For instance, the use of GPS, the way that we direct or guide or route certain systems using that, for them to use a correct flight path or etc. An autonomous system is then something that independently can identify, and the environment around that system is dynamic and changes itself, and an autonomous system can operate within that changing environment and correct its behavior and correct its directions in a albeit controlled weather manner. So there are all sorts of issues that we can implement into those systems so that they adhere to certain conditions, preconditions, or constraints. In the defense environment, when we talk about weapon systems, we often talk about the rules of engagement. What are the rules that are constraining these systems in the way that they operate and the way what they can do? There might be risks of collateral damage. They may cause impact on others that are not being targeted, and they may have an impact on them, and there may be rules about constraining that. A lethal automated weapon system or autonomous weapon system is then a weapon system that can identify, select, and engage a target without meaningful human control. That is not entirely the full story, because we require that there are opportunities for humans to intervene in what is taking place. So what's the current state of affairs? Here are some examples. There are things happening, and they have been happening for years in the missile technology. So you may have recently seen the sad story in Israel with missiles being fired and Iron Dome, the Israeli system, responding to that. That system could not operate effectively with success if it had no form of machine learning in there. There is an element of automation that needs to take place because simply there's not enough response time for human beings to interact with that. What the degree of AI in this system is a different thing. But AI is just an algorithm that we've programmed into systems. The Patriot and THAAD are other systems that have a degree of automation within them, and simply the same reason, although they engage missiles that are incoming at longer range distances, there is more response time, so we could arguably have a person in the loop. I deployed to Turkey with Patriots during the first Gulf War, and we already had no person in the loop there because we felt we couldn't respond in time to Scud missiles that were fired out of Iraq into Turkey or into Jerusalem. We have drones that are flying around. We call them drones or unmanned aerial vehicles or UAVs. The UK is using a few of those, but the most famous ones probably are the ones that have been deployed by Turkey, and they were used quite successfully recently in Nagorno-Karabakh when Armenia and Azerbaijan decided to fight it over again. The commercial press has made the assumptions that there are some forms of AI and machine learning in those UAVs. China has developed a series of drones that can fly in swarms, and those swarms are, well, we've seen them at several light shows, more recently at the coronation parties, but of course you can use those swarms and drones also in a different manner. And they will have also machine learning technologies within them, and we can use them in a more lethal way. In shipping, there are some trials taking place with autonomous ships. And there's also a level of law that applies to shipping that currently the law is such that you need to have a watch all of the time when that ship sails at sea. With autonomous shipping, we have taken that watch off the ship, and that watch takes place through satellite or elsewhere, and that's not necessarily compliant with how the law is currently defined. But these are a few examples of technologies that are around today, of which we have no certainty that there is AI in them or machine learning, but it is unlikely that there isn't any in it, because they fulfill a certain task that allows us to assume that there must be some machine learning there. So that's the current technology. I came, however, here to talk a little bit more about the legal aspects. I'm not going to make lawyers out of you, but we do need to have spend a little bit of time on some legal technology, legal terminology. In law, we tend to refer to the laws that applied in peacetime, and we use a Latin term for that. That is jus, and jus stands for the law, and ad bellum means the law prior to war, and then we have a jus in bello, which is the law when we are in wartime and fighting war. So the first part covers the reasons for war, and that's mostly governed by the United Nations. You may have heard about the Security Council coming together. They are the governor of the peacetime activities, and the resolutions that are accepted there are international legal instruments to help prevent certain things to happen. We currently live in a time that a particular nation has decided to ignore the international law and is fighting that illegal intervention with Ukraine. The jus in bello is then the period that we are in wartime, and it regulates the way that the war is conducted. It tries to protect those entities and individuals that are not taking part in war, whether it's a cultural, or, a church, or a hospital, or purely civilians that are not taking part in warfare. So those are two different kinds of legal regimes, both of which are governed mostly by the United Nations. The jus in bello is mostly governed by individual states themselves, and there are mechanisms for states to be brought to court, and that's the International Court of Justice in The Hague, and then for individuals and states to be brought to court if they violate the law, and that's the International Court, Criminal Court in The Hague as well. These two regimes interact with other regimes that you may have heard of, the human rights law. So there's international human rights law, we have refugee law, the space law, there's international law of the sea, and international criminal law. Those are different regimes that all work together. But in principle, international law is not as black and white as you have domestically. International law is effectively an agreement between states to behave in a particular way. If states then decide not to behave in a particular way, they violate the law, but it's very difficult to do something about that. So we rely on states agreeing behavior with each other. So let me give you some examples on the jus ad bellum. And the most famous aspect is the Charter of the United Nations. You can all look at it online. It is on the United Nations website. You can find what it is. It was put together after the Second World War in an agreement to prevent anything like that to ever occurring again. And it came up with a set of principles. And the United Nations Charter is one of the most important instruments of international law in peacetime. We rely on states respecting each other's borders and respecting that the things that happen within a state are the responsibility of the state itself. However, we've had a few examples in the past where the international community decided to intervene in a state that was not looking after its people, and that's called responsibility to protect. An example is that happened without the approval of the United Nations in Kosovo, when the UK and the US and NATO nations decided to intervene there. But more recently, with approval of the United Nations, it happened in Libya, where the international community stepped in to help prevent certain international crimes to take place. And internationally, we've agreed to prevent genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. And that whole raft of typical international crimes are being monitored in the Ukraine right now in order to deal with it when the hostilities have run their course. The war during wartime, or the jus in bello, is also known as the law of war or the law of armed conflict. And you may have heard of that several times in various guises. It is the traditional warfare between states, but it's also it also governs the warfare in a single state between parties within the state, such as in Sudan. So that war, law of war, also applies to internal conflict within nations. And I'm highlighting this because it's this legal regime that provides all sorts of regulations and requirements on states to act in a particular way when it introduces new methods and means of warfare. And that's where I'm going with this. The aim of the law of war is to protect those that are not taking part within wars. So, as I already mentioned, civilians, but also soldiers that have laid down their arms. it also means that you need to behave in a particular way if you want to be recognized as a soldier. So you're not allowed to walk around in civilian clothes, not being recognized as a military member. So those rules all apply. And they're best known as rules that have been defined in the Geneva Conventions. And they were defined in 1949, and then there were some additional protocols added to that set of rules in 1977. So let's talk about methods and means of warfare. It's the Geneva Convention additional protocol number 1 that helps to determine what lawful, or better, unlawful nature of new weapon and means of warfare are. They're defined in there, and they rely on being able to analyze how lethal that means of warfare is, or how lethal the means are that we are using to undertake particular actions, military actions. It's also recognized that the state can't always foresee how certain weapons are going to be used. So we don't know about new things, so the law doesn't define those means in great specifics. But the law is defined in such a way that if we were to invent something new, those rules also apply. So AI and machine learning, although the international law may not talk about machine learning and AI as such, the principles that apply to the traditional, maybe kinetic or explosive ways of fighting wars, those rules also apply to AI and machine learning. Some sources, we go back in the law of war back to 1968, St. Petersburg's declaration, where they were looking at certain explosives that had a major impact on individuals, and it was decided that these, that the grenades that they were referring to and the means of warfare that were being referred to were simply too disastrous and too catastrophic on human beings. Prior to the First World War in 1907, there was a convention in The Hague where the right of belligerents, so those that are fighting, meant that they were not unlimited in the way that they could injure an enemy. They were constrained in what they could do and regulated. And then the Geneva Conventions number 1 to 4 came in 1949. And then additional protocols, and it's these additional protocols that define certain rules that the previous MOD speaker also already referred to, because the new technologies that the UK buys, or any other nation buys, they need to adhere to these rules, and they need to make sure that what we can do with them is regulated, and it protects certain uses of certain weapon systems. And this is ongoing. The international community is ongoing in reviewing and restricting or defining rules and principles on the use of weapon systems. So that's those 2 articles. I leave you to read those. And then there are some customary principles. We also recognize as an international community, simply because there may not be rules, it doesn't mean that we have unlimited freedoms. There is something that we refer to as customary practice. If states behave in a particular way, and they say they behave in a particular way, and we have observed that behavior across the nations, we could refer to that as practice, and that becomes customary law. And we have to adhere and comply or conform to those customary law principles. So, for instance, it's prohibited to employ weapons and means and methods of warfare that are indiscriminate by nature. And cyber warfare could be distinguished in such a way. You can't use things that wipe out whatever is in front of them, irrespective of whether that involves people, churches, hospitals, or other protected buildings. You have to be discriminate in what you're doing and make sure that you restrict impact on those that are not being targeted. There are a few more of the considerations. And one very humanitarian principle is what is defined by the Martens Clause. Although the law may not define what you can or can't do, simply doing something that is inhuman or inhumanitarian means that you should not do it. And in international law, there have been lots of international lawyers that have tried to make this principle apply to nuclear weapons and restrict the use of it or ownership of it. But effectively it says there is a logic clause that you can apply if there are no rules. So with AI, we probably fall back on that Martin's clause. Because there are no rules for AI doesn't mean that we shouldn't think about what is the unthinkable thing we are doing with AI and machine learning. And there's a construct for that in international law. The International Court of Justice gave an advisory opinion on the wall building that the Israelis did in occupied Palestinian territory. And it said that international humanitarian laws, so the law of wars, are applying at the same time as international humanitarian law. So although we say this is a law of war, we can ignore human rights, no, we can't. There is now an international case that actually says, no, these laws apply together. So AI technologies that we are using to, for instance, detect human beings on a battlefield, we may need to distinguish more than that there are just human beings walking around there. And there are all sorts of diversity principles that need to be checked and kept in check, and human rights principles and laws apply just as much to those technologies as are those specific legal regimes for warfare. So human rights need to be considered. This is the United Nations Office of Disarmament Affairs that has come up with a list of criteria that it's been applying in a way that we can look at lethal autonomous weapon systems. And these principles have been signed up and part designed by, for instance, the UK Foreign and Commonwealth Office, or it's FCDA, so there's a development element in there. And nations, the majority of nations have now signed up to these, but the development and acceptance of these guiding principles are ongoing. But these are only applicable to lethal autonomous weapon systems. And we talk about the laws of war. Does this also mean laws of security for policing? Are there restrictions on AI in that same way? Can we ignore those restrictions? No, we can't. But security law is less of an international regime and more of a domestic regime. Some principles to conform to when you undertake a legal review. And this is where I start to connect back to the presentation that was given earlier and look at the functionality of certain weapon systems that we use today. But there are some criteria here, and the most important ones are distinction, discriminate attacks are restricted. Distinction, we need to be able to distinguish between civilians and military members, and proportionate. For instance, the Wagner group in Ukraine or in Africa are a bit of a dark part, because arguably they are not government representatives. And when we talk about military individuals, we don't talk about people just in uniform. We talk about representatives of the state. And people who are running around as another entity in another nation may not be subject to the same rules. But that means that they cannot be considered to be government representatives. And then proportionate. What we're doing as a military member using weapon systems needs to be proportionate and should not cause excessive incidental loss of civilian life or excessive loss of life, should not create any injuries to civilians or damage to certain civilian objects. And I mentioned churches or mosques or religious buildings and hospitals. In Sudan, the first thing that the forces did there was bomb the hospitals to oblivion. So there's a case to answer for those two military lords in the fact that they attacked those hospitals. So those are three very important principles. And if we're talking about regulating AI, it is regulating them in a way that we can look after those three main aspects. We need to be careful in the way that we deal with attacks. So we have an obligation to be cautious and take precautions in attack to by people who plan, who decide on the attack, who target it, who chooses the targets. And if we have weapon systems that start to automatically pick up targets in the sense of human beings, we need to be able to intervene in them and make sure that we can limit them in what they're doing. previous speaker spoke about we need to be able to review, undertake reviews. How do we know it's safe? How do we know all these different things? What has been agreed is that if we look at the legal review of weapon systems, such as autonomous weapon systems, we need to do that across those areas. And I won't go into each of these areas separately. But there are a number of criteria here, together with these, that help us to review those weapon systems for those particular aspects. In brief, what it means is that we need to be able to intervene in whatever that automated system does. Whatever AI engine we've got running, we need to be able to intervene to prevent it from automatically attacking the wrong target. So these are the issues then that we need to consider. Are humans subject to international humanitarian law? Yes, we are responsible, and those that are applying the law and those that need to implement the law in the systems in the way that we use them, as well as in the way that we design them, is very similar to what was explained about safety. Is it safe to operate them, and can we operate them safely? And we have the same obligation with weapon systems, that we need to review them for their legal use and whether they've been legally designed. And that means we need to step in and find out how predictable they are. For AI, it means we ought to be able to review algorithms, how they have been coded. So during the lunchtime, we had a conversation that Pandora might already have left the box, and we may have a real problem in reviewing that black box of AI, because we need to be able to confirm that the algorithms that are in use are predictable, they can be changed, they can be controlled, we can intervene in the way that they have been used. This is the MOD direction, and it says that it acknowledges the responsibilities it has under international law to review the way that these new weapon systems are designed and the way that we use them to fight whatever battle we want to fight. Equipment that's already in service may also be required to be reviewed, especially when we modify them. Now, with AI, what does that mean? How often do we do this? How often do we consider AI to be modified? And therefore, how often do we undertake those reviews? There's a development, and it was already referred to, the DCDC, the Development Concept and Doctrine Center based in Shrivenham, that has the legal responsibilities to undertake reviews during design and prior to acceptance of weapon systems into service. There is a particular cycle, and rather than to read those bits out, I'll show you that life cycle for procurement, or acquisition as it was referred in the previous presentation. After a concept phase, there's an initial gate review, so that's a project management type review. And then after the green one, the assessment, there's a main gate review. It's at those points where we should verify the design of the particular weapon system. And then prior to becoming in service, which is the orange box, we should undertake reviews to see that this weapon system is legal. And that's the engineering, system engineering, V-shaped approach. I don't think it's correct that we only do that at these 2 points. We should do it throughout the life cycle, and that's what we do for other areas such as safety. So that's the aspect of reviewing. Should it be banned? There's a group of government experts that is coming together that's working on defining clear restrictions and constraints on the use of lethal autonomous weapon systems. And I think the direction that this is going is not to ban them, but to fully acknowledge that there are restrictions and controls that we need to apply so that we can responsibly use AI and machine learning and intervene as human beings when we feel the need to intervene. So we can't accept computers programming themselves and directing themselves and learning and improving themselves. There must be a person in the loop. That's it. I represented Borwell today, and have a look at the website. They do some cybex, and we're involved with some machine learning and AI in healthcare at the moment.
Thank you very much, Kees. That was excellent. That was wonderful. We don't have time for a lot of questions, but we can get one question if it's something that you really want to ask, or you can have
Hello.
Yeah.
I've always wondered, do you believe, especially with how quick like AI development is happening, do you believe that it might get to a point where it's on kind of trackable? Because I know you said about they've got for international law you got to review it, but do you believe it will start improving itself at a rapid pace where it's not really possible to review every new update?
I'm probably going to hide behind an answer because from a legal point of view, there's an obligation on states to review it and to be able to create it in such a way that we can intervene. I think in the legal field, an ethical field will probably far behind what is acceptable. But we do need to do something. But I think you're right to notice that the developments are at such fast pace that it will be difficult to control it. But we have to find a way. And I think the debate in industry with Google and Microsoft stepping in and asking the similar sort of questions, not about weapon systems, but about humanity in general, that's probably a good way forward. Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much, Keith. Amazing presentation. And we need to move on to the next part of the program for today. I know that we have been waiting for a long, long time. So here we go.
Thank you. So if anyone's here for the 3-minute PhD, oh, is that working? Yep. If anyone's here for the 3-minute PhD pitch, can you please come to the front of the stage just so we can sort you out? Because what we're going to do is going to put you all into order here, into the running order, and we're going to start from over there. Give it about 2 minutes if you can just quickly come to the stage now. Thank you. Fang? Yep, just take a seat just in that one there. Thank you. Neji? Perfect. Craig? Perfect. Cocktail? Cocktail? There you go. Perfect. Just there. We have, I do apologise again, accent. Masij? Pardon? No? Okay, so we'll leave that one free. And we've got Intia. Perfect, just that one there. NC? Perfect, just next there. Just move on up forward, please, Matteo. Just next one. Thank you. Sazan? Next one there. And then Liam, just at the end. Perfect. I just want to. Perfect. So what will happen is you'll come on, do your pitch, and then you'll leave and come and join the end of the queue, and everyone will sort of move up one, just ready for the next person's pitch. You'll have a handheld mic, and once the 3 minutes is over, that'll be it. We'll cut you off. Unfortunately, we can't let you go on for any much longer than that. But if you don't use all of your 3 minutes, we will make you sing Old MacDonald Had a Farm until the 3 minutes is up. No, we won't really. I'm only joking. But no, so without further ado, can we please get the first contestant on the stage? And AV team, can we please get the presentation up on screen? Thank you.
Most of all, have fun, okay? This is your chance to be on stage. Enjoy that experience.
Imagine that you are living in a city with endless possibility and access to everything in the quickest time as possible. This is a smart net zero cities. Even when the environment and industry are working hand in hand, and yeah, this is my topic, a smart net zero city. And there is no waste, and even the waste is a valuable resource. So how we can achieve the smart net zero cities? As you know, we need to transform our current city to achieve a smart net zero cities, because we already have existing cities with established community and infrastructure. So we need a transformation. This transformation should be a digital transformation, because we need to integrate advanced technologies in this process. So that's my topic, a digital transformation toward a smart net zero cities. So how I'm going to do this? First of all, I'm going to collect all of the elements related to a smart net zero cities and categorize them in 3 main categories: process, people, and technology. Then I'm going to, the first stage is analyzing the current state of city by implementing a maturity model. This maturity model will help us to assess the city's readiness and maturity to become a smart and net zero. Then I'm going to implement a smart net zero digital transformation roadmap. This roadmap will include KPI, time scale, milestone. Actually, KPI is key performance indicator that will help us to measure the progress toward the smart net zero cities. The last one is continuous analyzing of 3 main aspects. This stage will help us to maintain the balance, the digital transformation balance between technology, process, and people. So what are the contributions? First of all, clarity. This is a clear and well-defined framework, and it can be followed step by step. The second one is scalability. So it is a scalable framework, and any cities can adapt this framework regardless of their level in being a smart or net zero. The third one is measurability. As you can see, we have key performance indicator that will help us to measure the progress toward achieving a smart net zero cities. And the last one is balance. So we are going to keep the balance between people, technology, and process in this framework, because it will help us to achieve a successful digital transformation plan. Thank you.
Seconds to spare. Oh, let me just get me thing. So if everyone just wants to move up one, so if you just want to come on stage now. So the next person we have up is Callistus. Yep, perfect. So AV team, could you get the next? Thank you very much. I'll hand it over to you, and just give me a moment.
While you're doing that, we'll just give feedback for Sami. So, first of all, the animated slide was cheating a little. Okay, if you give it one slide, don't do a slideshow. Okay, but I thought it was nicely structured. We got an idea of your methodology, so that was good. Maybe if you related it to some, I don't know, Birmingham City or some. Yeah, but just how you're going to actually take your research and relate it. Alex, anything?
Yeah, I thought it was very ambitious. Yeah, I wasn't aware of the restriction on the slide. It was well put together, and you can see where it's going to go in the future.
It's quite difficult to put everything into a slide at 2 minutes. So very well done. I think it took a bit of time for you to get through to the main point. So you might have summarized it at the beginning, and then you focused on installation. But other than this, it's a really good presentation. Nothing but PhD.
Low energy carbon designs characterized by high fabric standards and high air tightness levels in homes, coupled with the fact that there's an increase in summertime temperatures due to climate change, makes overheating to be a concern in homes currently. This is very critical for a population that spends 95% of its time indoors, 65% of that being at homes, especially more for the members of the vulnerable community who are most affected by this. There was new regulation that was passed for overheating, that was overheating new Part O, and talks about issues to do with ventilation, orientation, and glazing, but not much has been done in terms of solutions. There's need to be able to develop scalable solutions that can be able to mitigate or reduce overheating in homes at the moment. And that is what my PhD is about. In this, there's need to develop a holistic understanding of the development process. This involves engaging occupants, engaging home developers, engaging, doing air quality sensor monitoring, and also engaging members of, doing some sort of dynamic simulation modeling through a software called IES. In this, I've been able to develop a framework to be for the critical analysis of scalability solutions based on 5 factors, one being the potentiality of our solution to be able to mitigate overheating, 2 being the point in the home development process when that solution needs to be made and who needs to be involved, 3 being issues to do with the cost effectiveness of that solution, and another one being the point in the home development process when the solution needs to be made, and also the scalability of the solution in regards to how it's affected by supply chain issues and market dynamics, and also how occupants need to be involved to be able to make this solution work. I'm going to present these results to the home developers that I'm collaborating with next week in hope to develop what we call a validation of my framework, and hopefully this will generate a practical guide that can help to create more safer homes in future that are thermally comfortable, and also homes that are resilient to an ever warming climate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello? Yeah. Is it working now?
I think so.
Okay. Thank you. That was really very interesting project you're doing, and I really like the fact that you had all these collaborators and you showed them on your slide. That was excellent, and got particularly the significance of your project sounded really quite concrete. A little unstructured, I thought you told. You were quite hesitant at the beginning, but it was good stuff.
Thank you for that. The thing I most like about these events is you always learn something new, so I wasn't aware that we spend 95% of our time inside. So it was interesting to hear about that. And I think, you know, in terms of the research project, you seem to have a good idea about where it's going to go in the future. And I would say, as Mark said, you started off quite hesitantly, but you did grow into it as it went through. And it is, of course, only 3 minutes, so you've got to hit the ground running with that. But thank you.
Yeah, quite interesting project. Very well encapsulated, potential impact with potential partners that you have already put on the slide. And also, actually, I like your encapsulated 3 bullet points. I think they will refer to your objectives. You could have used another slide to mention all these 3 bullet points with some figures, but other than this, it's a really good, interesting. Thank you.
I only allowed 1 slide.
Perfect. Thanks, guys. So the next person on will be Loretta.
Well, I don't know how many of you here believe in prophecy, but if Alan, a highway traffic officer, knew that 5 hours after he had said goodbye to his daughter, Amy, it was going to be his last day on earth, because an incursion on the highway was going to lead to the end of his life, I'm sure Alan would have wanted to know that. What if I told you that just like the concept of prophecy, this incident could have been predicted and prevented? Currently, lagging safety indicators are being used to mitigate risk after they have occurred, using traditional statistical models, which are unable to handle the big volumes of data being churned out by incidents. This is a kind of a reactive approach which does very little for risk prevention. My research focuses on a more proactive approach of using leading safety indicators to predict risk by being used as input variables for machine learning models and to predict this risk and prevent it. Some of the target variable that we'll be predicting is personal injuries, incursions, environmental damages, and possibly security risk. From this, many questions have been asked about the appropriate methods and then the relevant leading indicators that could be used. I used a supervised learning model and then 64,000 data points, 23 input variables collected from the National Highways incidents database. And support vector, after 3 experiments actually, support vector machines gave us an 80% accuracy score compared to random forest algorithms, which gave us a 72% accuracy score. Using a sharp algorithm experiment, we realized that input variables such as the project type, the project location, worker training, worker experience, the age, traffic flow, were some of the most important input variables that could be used to predict incidents, different types of incidents. And for the first time, my research does not just tell you the different types of incidents, it could also tell, the final research would also tell you the types of injuries that that could happen and the body parts that could be affected using some deep learning models also. And the key benefits of this is that it is going to provide decision makers with valuable information to now, thank you.
Thank you, Loretta. That was fascinating. You started off engaging with us about this little story, but then in the middle you kind of lost lost track, I think, of it, and then you rushed it at the end. So needed a bit more polish on that, but it was very interesting. A bit dismissive of statistics at the beginning, and then you started quoting your own statistics. So when you started talking about percentages and so forth of these results, so yes.
Thank you, Loretta. That was very interesting. I think that I would like to have heard a bit more about. I noticed on the slide you talked about training, and it would have been good to see the way in which that you have kind of the research as real world applications for people to be able to work and prevent these kind of things from happening in future. It would have been good if you got to that. But of course, you only have 3 minutes, so that is quite difficult. But thank you. It was very fascinating. Thank you.
I mean, this is quite important projects, not only in the highway area, but also in different disciplines and sectors. That's really important. And you clearly identified your aim and objectives. It was clear, excellent. But as Mark mentioned, so then started getting, I think you started focusing on too much on the algorithmic side and talking about different algorithms. You didn't need to do that. You just mentioned the AI. One XAI algorithm gave this accuracy and so on. I think because the audience may not be familiar with all these different algorithms, so therefore we should be able to focus on a kind of layman wording to be able to make it a bit clarified. But otherwise, aim objectives were clear, and you are getting there to be able to solve very important problem. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks, Loretta. And next on is Paige.
Hello, my name is Paige and I'm evaluating the effectiveness of the IAP service. So the IAP service is a mental health service that delivers treatment for depression and anxiety. So why am I doing this PhD project? Well, first of all, there is a lower recovery for individuals from Black, Asian and ethnic minorities, which stands at 45% in comparison to 54% of white individuals. So I'm looking at the factors as to why this is the case. So I've had interviews with the service users, and they spoke to me about the stigma due to their culture and religious aspects, but also as well about representation. Within the IAP service, 84% of the workforce are white. So this brings issues surrounding being ethnically matched, because certain individuals feel that they will feel more comfortable talking to individuals from somebody who's from the same background due to sharing a mutual understanding and just not feeling judged. So that was one thing. And then the next thing is that I also had interviews with clinicians, and they also spoke about the lack of representation, but went further to this and spoke about cultural competency. Now, in particular, individuals from a white background who were IAP staff workers, they spoke about having less confidence in being able to effectively treat individuals from Black and Asian and minority ethnic backgrounds. So this brought to me certain issues, such as, one, there needs to be cultural competency training that will then fill all IAP clinicians with confidence to be able to perform and deliver treatment effectively for all service users, regardless of their background. And then this will help them reduce the health inequality gap for then service users from those diverse backgrounds to feel comfortable to be able to recover just as white individuals. In addition to this, also social media is quite prevalent, and this is because individuals from minority backgrounds say that they feel like they don't have access to the IAP service. So what needs to happen is that there needs to be an increase of social media as well as outreach and community programs to be able to engage individuals to come and take part in or come and use the IAP service to then be able to increase their recovery. So all in all, social media and outreach and cultural competency training for clinicians will then enable individuals to recover and have equitable change for all within the IAP service. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige.
Thank you very much, Paige. So that was great. I know you're a home student, and that actually came through. I think I hope all the audience got that the way you were speaking as your first language is English, and that was, you were so clear and engaging. I thought that was really good. Also your slide was nice and sort of minimalist. It's easy for us to read at the same time as listening to you, so that was good. Very clear message what you were doing. Perhaps you could have tied it in with more with how your research results will actually inform practice, but excellent, well done.
Thank you, Paige. I think that's a really important piece of research. My background is sociology and social sciences, so that really spoke to me. I would have liked to have heard how many people from Black and minority ethnic backgrounds actually access the service, so you can make a comparison between the two. But I think that in terms of the real-world applications of what you do, it will have significant impact. And your start was very engaging, and you kept to time. And I think it was, it's a real strong demonstration of where your research is at. Thank you.
It's quite an important area, so it's a clear aim and objectives. As a data scientist, I would love to see some numbers, as Alex mentioned. For example, how many people have been accessing, or even how many people have been turned down. And the other thing is that, for example, how many people you have engaged with to be able to evaluate the effectiveness. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's great.
Perfect. Thank you, Paige. And next on we have Nadi.
Did you believe the global construction industry accumulates for 30% of solid wastage and 25% of natural resource extraction? Yes, it is. How this happen? Because let's assume your house as a case study. So to build your house, it requires the bricks. So let's assume after 60, 70 years, you are going to demolish your house and rebuild a modern house. In that case, you will send all debris to the landfills and you will purchase new materials. So so what if happen if all the people in here do the same? So our landfills will turn into gray fields with lots of waste. It's incredible, isn't it? Therefore, we can reuse the bricks. So this diagram shows the circulation process of the waste and natural resources. So my research question was how to measure the circulatory potential of these building materials, because it's really important. If we know if a building material is having 60%, 70% circulatory potential, then we can think about these materials are environmental friendly. So as a building manufacturer, if you know your circulatory potential well, then you can demand your product in the industry. Despite of that, how I'm going to assess this circulatory potential is I'm going to study about 3 building materials manufacturing processes. In there, I'm going to study about how the manufacturers will use the renewable content, renewable energy, and reusable content for manufacturing their production process. Not only about that, if you're eating a burger, you are going to check the calories, isn't it? So the clients and designers will choose the building materials by looking at the circularity potential, the greenery product of the potential. So then they will select the building materials for their designs. So alternatively, we can regenerate the nature by reusing the materials. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadir. So you're a slow start, but your passion came through there, and I think everyone could appreciate what you were doing, the problem you were looking at. Maybe a bit more on the method you were applying and how you were going to make links to the building industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadine. That was it was good to see the way in which concepts of the circular economy can be used within building, which is extremely important in the current climate. It would have been good to see some kind of some literature on that, I guess, coming from there. I like the way in which you could relate this to a burger analogy. I think that's interesting, and also to do with consumption. So what do we do with the things that we do, and how do we produce and reproduce from them? And you did very much grow into that as you went through, and you ended very strongly. Well done. Thank you.
Yes, this is another important project. I think another economic impact that you are going to make, in addition to environmental impact, in that direction. But I would love to see some kind of potential economic impact in pound to be able to demonstrate its scalability, because this is particularly important. And the other thing is that the diagram is quite really good, but I think you may be able to make it a bit clearer to show or demonstrate where it started, the process. Yeah. But other than this, it's excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, guys. Oh, there we go. Back on. Thank you. So thank you for that. Next person is Basiru. Are you ready? Yeah. Perfect. His mic's on stage, and just give me a nod when you're on. When you're ready to go.
Yes, it's a Black Health app for Black people in England. And one might ask, why Black Health app and why Black people in particular? Well, health disparities affect Black people more than any race in this country. If we look at some diseases, for example, hypertension and diabetes, Black people are twice more likely to develop these health conditions, and they are more likely to have poorer outcomes as compared to any other race. the same goes to some cancers. This being said, delivering a culturally sensitive health intervention could be much more, it could basically give more positive, it could give more positive outcomes when compared to general interventions. And mobile phone apps have been tested in some countries, including the United States, to be very effective in delivering health intervention to minority ethnic groups. But we did not know if this could work for the United Kingdom and England, to be specific. Therefore, my first study was to examine the feasibility and design of a Black Health app for England. This was a study that reached over 20,000 possible respondents throughout England and Wales. And 386 respondents were 386 responses were analyzed, and the outcome of this is that, yes, a Black Health app is feasible and it is acceptable in the Black community. But then I needed to know what this app would look like in general sense, because we wanted to adopt a bottom-top approach rather than what we already have in the market, which is a top-down approach. So we did a second study which looked at the design of an app. And here I was able to actually look at the possible barriers for the proposed app and the facilitators of this app. And to draw a conclusion on that, the most effective way to commission an app to the Black community that would be feasible and acceptable and has the potential to basically improve Black people's health is to do a co-production of an app. And co-production here means involving the people who are the intended users from the beginning of the app, from the design process to the commissioning of the app. And with that, I say thank you very much for your listening.
Well done. 1 second to spare. I can see you practice that in front of the mirror at home. Okay, next up, I do apologise. How would you? Timmy. Okay. But next up, we have Timmy on stage.
Thank you. While Timmy's getting ready, thank you, Basiru. Yeah, I mean, there's a cultural thing here because I'm in CB, and it's not the kind of what you were doing is not the kind of research we do in CB, clearly. And it sort of struck me that it was a kind of market research you were doing. Initially, I thought you were building an app, but then it seemed you were doing market research. So it's perhaps if you could have given a bit of a more academic twist to it and relate the issues of building an app for this kind of area to the general problems, sort of put it in more in context. I was just a bit worried about not enough academic grounding to what you're doing, but it was a good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Bazru. The presentation was excellent, and I think when you're talking about the design of apps or medical equipment, you know, one of the most prevalent ones from recent years is the oximeter use, and the idea of having apps that are co-produced with the people who are meant to be using it is absolutely key. And I think that I would agree in some respects with what Mark was saying about the lack of kind of academic grounding, but you've clearly got a huge data set that you can use, and I think that comes through in what you're doing, and the social good that will come from this is profound. So I think it was a very good presentation, very confident, timing was excellent, and I really enjoyed listening to that. Thank you very much.
Okay, so this is another important project to be able to address to health inequalities. This is quite important, and mobile apps may be able to help resolve that issue. I would love to see which parameters did you use to assess the effectiveness of these different types of apps. I believe there are several if you are not considering only one. The other thing is that you said so many people have found it effective, but there may be some other people who may not found it effective. So there may be a good comparison between them. So you you may have been able to highlight the differences. Okay, thank you.
I do apologise, judges table, for prematurely announcing Timmy. But without further ado, Timmy, please take the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I once heard someone say that very soon we will be unable to pick our phone calls without first watching an advert. And as humorous as that might be, that is an allusion to how relevant online advertising has become in the 21st century when it comes to generating revenue. Now, one thing you're going to hear me keep saying over and over again is physical presence. Now, this is the premise of my thesis. We have an international tax regime over a century old that basically requires jurisdiction to tax on the basis of physical presence. And then we have technological revolutions that has happened over the years and digitalization now that has created different revenue streams, different business models that basically have very high reliance on intangible assets, have cross-jurisdictional skills without mass. That basically means they are able to operate across market jurisdictions with very little physical presence. And for my thesis, the example I'm using to elaborate on the legal implications of this is online advertising. Take the example of Google Ads. We have Google Ads, which is a platform that allows interaction between an intermediary, a website publisher publishing adverts on the platform, and they are being connected to users and consumers all over the world. That kind of tripartite interaction is obtainable with multinational corporation. Now, what the current tax regime says is that for the UK, for instance, to tax a foreign company, an American company operating here, you need to show that they have some sort of a physical presence, an office, employees, something tangible. But then we have businesses like online advertising that do not need to have this physical presence. So that is what my thesis is looking at. How to recommend a different threshold for jurisdiction to tax. And I'm focusing on some of the reforms, some of the proposals by the Organization for Economic Development and Control, the OECD, in recommending how to address these problems arising from the digitalization of the economy. And they have pointed out value creation as that new shift. And based on my research thus far, I am looking at value user participation as that key link now, that new link that might be able to bridge that gap between what the law is and what the law should be in addressing this digital legal problem. And it is because of loopholes like that someone like Jeff Bezos can actually joke and say, I'm about to tell the cop that my taxes pay his salary, but then I remember that I don't pay taxes. While we, off the bat, yes. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. You spoke very well there, and perhaps we associate such excellent speaking with someone studying law. You had a strong research question that sounded fascinating, and I like the link to the OECD. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very apposite and timely research project. It's one of the things that all countries around the world are kind of grappling with. You know, when you got, multinationals not paying or paying tax or not enough tax, and I think that really kind of speaks to these problems that we're facing. It would have been good if you could have just got that finished before the end, but other than that, you were very, very eloquent and it was very well presented. Thank you very much.
It's quite important topic, so I think the world needs to get united to be able to tackle this issue. I'm glad that these people are not here, otherwise they would be embarrassed, definitely. You would have been able to get to the point if you said the scale of this issue, for example, how much money is going around because of online and how less they pay taxes. then you would be able to get to the point that, okay, this is an important point, and all the people need to deal with this issue. But other than this important topic, aims and objectives are clear, and we would like to see the impact on this. Thank you so much.
Perfect, thank you, judges. So next up we have Angela. So just give me a little bit of a nod when you're ready to go, and I'll press the timer. Now.
Right. Albert Einstein once said, learn from yesterday, live for today, and hope for tomorrow. But the most important thing is to not stop questioning. I'd like to rephrase the last part of that statement and say the most important thing is to not stop asking the right questions. And that's what I do in my study, in trying to understand what culturally sensitive mental health service delivery within the Black, African, and Caribbean community should look like, what service deliverers should rather engage with, and the right questions to be asked. Paige and Basiru have already done most of my work for me. They've highlighted the inequalities that exist within Black, African, and Caribbean communities. The method I use, called appreciative inquiry, is predominantly organizational. And what it does is that rather than go into a place and ask what is not working and how do we fix it, it goes into a place to ask what is working and how do we capitalize on it. Being Black and knowing that there's so much about us that demonstrates resilience and strength when it comes to mental well-being, I thought to find out what works within the Black community and how can we capitalize on that to affect culturally sensitive mental health service delivery. So I went around asking, after 24 interviews with community members in West Birmingham, after 6 focus group discussions with the same community members and service deliverers, I had some of my answers. The problem was not in asking what's wrong and how do we fix it, because we already know that there's stigma and discrimination that exists. Black people have to constantly deal with systemic racism when it comes to access to service delivery. So there's already poor access. But the question to ask was, what works? What about your culture, your food, your art, your music, your family values actually supports you? And my answer, or the response I got, was actually a double agent. I highlight the negative parts of the conversation I had, but the biggest thing for me was that within the Black community, resilience was actually a choice rather than an option. So when it came to accessing services, because of systemic racism, because of the staggering statistics that can be found when it comes to Black men accessing mental health services, for instance, Black people raised their hands and said, do you know what? We are resilient because we don't have a choice. And it's the only way we can continue to stay well. But that is also the reason why we cannot access services. In speaking with service deliverers and feeding this information back to them, everybody was talking about the highlights of the amazing work they were doing within the community. But the problem was that none of these services were communicating with each other. Appreciative inquiry offers the opportunity to facilitate co-production and co-delivery of culturally sensitive mental health service delivery from a strength-based perspective. If we decided to change the narrative and went into communities and asked them what works and how do we capitalize on what works to facilitate your mental health and well-being, I think that the gap in service delivery will actually be filled. Thank you.
Thank you. Judges?
Wow. You spoke very eloquently there, and fast actually. But yeah, it was impressive stuff. There was a lot on the slide, a bit too much for me to take in, but yeah, it's good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a presentation that follows up, as you'd said, from previous presenters, and on the slide it mentioned around the potential of AI, and I think that kind of does lead into some of the things that I think Basiru was saying around the kind of the cultural bias or social bias that's built into use of apps by global majorities. And it would have been, I think it would have been good to have touched on that, given that we're talking about innovation here. But the presentation itself, in terms of its style and its delivery, was excellent, and I was really compelled by it. Thank you very much.
Okay, it's a quite important topic. I think that there are we have seen 2 different projects on health inequalities. Now this is another one that is on inequality in service delivery. This is quite important. Actually, the aim and objectives were there. It would have been much better if we saw a different set of numbers. For example, the population and, for example, some statistics from police to see how these people have been affected and so on. So, and the comparison between different minority groups. Then this would have helped us to justify better, to be able to deal with all these issues. Okay, thank you. It's great.
Brilliant, thank you, judges. Next up, we have Huafeng, and she will be on the stage now. Speaker's just on there for you, the microphone. Just give me a nod when you're ready to go.
Hello, good afternoon. Yeah. When I first visited Birmingham, I was dazzled by the busy train station and the shopping centers. But for the next minute, I was so overwhelmed about how many mobile apps we need to plan a trip. Trains, buses, trams, city bags, and e-scooters, of course. It seems that we have it all. It is easy to install all these apps in this little device. However, they do not and cannot talk to each other to provide an optimized connection from point A to point B. The seemingly rich digital technology ironically causes inconvenience for people to access public transport and to use them effectively. This is what we call digital poverty. To overcome this challenge, my PhD research will combining social science and city planning and explore all the maps and data behind us to explore how they connect to each other or how they not connect to each other. And to identify the real missing link, I will also perform surveys and interviews of how the people use the public transport or how they would like to use it. And lastly, I will conduct a case study of public transport in more successful cities to improve the situation here in Birmingham. As part of the Digital Birmingham project, my research will be able to enhance the sustainability and inclusiveness of public transport services by providing research-driven recommendations and implications for the digital strategy in Birmingham. And it will stimulate the conversation among researchers, stakeholders, and policymakers on the role of digital tools in city planning. And ultimately, it will benefit to all of the citizens who lives here, commutes to here, works here, and namely speaking, that's you, and you, and you, and me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Huafeng. Yeah, that was really well motivated. That was the strength of your presentation. How you motivated the research. That's really good. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've heard, from several presenters today how important digital poverty or being able to access digital apps are. Oh, you're still there? Sorry, I thought you were going over there. My mistake. I was looking there, and I think that brings that through. It would have been good to see the way in which perhaps if you're going to use this with kind of UX or something like that, how people are going to interact with that. But given where you are with your research, I think it shows much promise, and especially with its link up to Digital Birmingham. Did you say it was? Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, I've started seeing two different terminologies: one, digital obesity, and digital poverty. So I think digital poverty is another issue here. I think this is a quite important topic to be able to give an access to everyone digitally so that they can benefit from different services. And this also linked to a number of other projects that has already been presented here. But it would have been good to see some data to be able to further justify and support the necessity of the project again. And also digital poverty can be considered in different ways. For example, infrastructure that may be put forward by the companies, city council, and so on. The other one is citizens' access to digital devices, for example, mobile phones, who can afford or who cannot afford. So there may have been different things that may have been mentioned here. Otherwise, that's really good. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think it's really good comments since I'm the first year PhD student, just joined 1 week ago, but I think I'm trying to lay out all my research plans here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wafeng. Just that way. So next up, we have Nejin. We should get your screens up on there now. And just give me a nod when you're ready to go, and I'll start the timer.
Okay, can I start? Hello, everyone. My thesis is about buried infrastructure and digital twin. You know, modern living standards in every developed country are basically linked to the quality and the continuous operation of buried infrastructure. Breakdown in infrastructure can rapidly disrupt the society's function and have a detrimental effect on the economy. Unfortunately, a vast network of buried infrastructure exists which need rehabilitation, maintenance, and replacement. The current methods of condition assessments requires open excavations, such that one or more people needs to work hands-on with buried infrastructure. And this leads to various undesirable side effects on urban areas. For example, road closure to allow direct open excavation, and pollution generated by material or spoil heaps and noise, and so on. Overall, tends to be costly, error-prone, and cumbersome. So the effective management of excuse me, the effective management of the failure risk of buried infrastructure requires information about their current condition and their rate of deterioration. Also, as utility budget decrease, it is essential to find the most cost-effective methods to condition assessment. So we can think about digitalist condition assessment. The first step to digitalist condition assessment is provide or generate a digital twin for buried infrastructure. Digital twin is known as an effective tool for above ground infrastructure, and it is expected that these benefits can be applied for underground infrastructure as well. Digital twin is cloned digital replica model of existing physical system and present information about their current condition, and helps its future behavioral prediction. The greatest value of digital twins is that is projected to save significant cost for authorities and owners by automating inspection process and enabling accurate condition assessment and timely maintenance decision. Finally, this research developed a framework for generating digital twin for buried infrastructure to identify and analyze the location and geometry and visualization information, and also developed it can improve the performance of operation and maintenance buried infrastructure in terms of cost and quality of maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, you're another of the students who've only just joined us. Yes. And so that was a very good start. I think it was a very serious pitch. I think if you could have lightened it up a bit. I think you have to work on your pronunciation, because I couldn't always quite catch what you were saying. Okay, but it was good. Thank you.
I've noticed that many of the presentations that have come through today, I've also seen on the PG Cert in research practice. So it's good to see how these are developing as gone through. So I remember reading yours when it went through recently. I'm aware of digital twins because I do remember reading your research, and I think you made reference to kind of aviation engines and things like that in there, and I think that's where it originates from. And I'm really interested to find out the way in which this can be integrated with kind of old technologies that you're talking about here, like tunnel systems and things like that. And I think that it does have real world application, but at the same time, you aren't early stages yet. So, but the presentation was very good, and I think that you hit your time well, and you sound very confident in what you're presenting. So, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, it's quite. You are brave enough to be able to stand here to explain your project. It's excellent. So welcome on board, because you have recently started. It's a quite important project because if you look at the value of it, it's millions and billions of dollars and pounds here. But it would be better if you mentioned this to be able to justify the necessity of your project in order to show that there is an impact in environment and economy after this project. So the other thing is that I think diagram needs to be revisited to be able to clearly show the inputs and outputs of your project. Other than this, it's really good. Thank you.
Thank you, judges, and thank you, Najeen. Next up, we have Craig. Just give me a nod when you're ready to go, and I'll start the timer.
Okay, so my project is focused on designing haptic technologies, for example, stimulating the sense of touch for sensory augmentation in immersive environments. I'll be evaluating the effectiveness of different haptics for guidance and navigation tasks in 3D virtual reality. Overall, the research will be focused on establishing accessibility guidelines with a potential significant impact for visually or hearing impaired individuals. This is an important area of research due to the current inaccessibility of virtual reality, which primarily relies on visual feedback. This research has the potential to help make VR more accessible, more usable, and more desirable, increasing the potential audience for virtual reality headset manufacturers by reducing accessibility barriers. This research builds on my previous guiding research, where I explored the use of arrows and a radar for sign language users in virtual reality. I shared research findings from this in academic and wider audiences, publishing in a magazine for teachers of deaf children to explain how the findings relate to teaching pupils learning, using sign language in virtual reality, as well as presenting and publishing at the leading accessibility conference Assets, where I was awarded the gold medal in the student research competition. Findings from this research include arrows being more usable than radar, highlighting the importance of easy-to-learn systems for guidance in virtual reality. This research will expand upon this visual guiding work by exploring haptic guidance, with different haptic designs, exploring different guidance, orientation, destination finding, and obstacle avoidance, for example. Human-computer interaction methodologies be followed, for example, usability testing, to understand user needs and the effectiveness of the different haptic designs with visually and or auditory impaired individuals. I'm just starting, so I'm looking forward to sharing more details about the results from the haptic exploration and hopefully making virtual reality more accessible for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Craig. So you're our second home student. And I think the first two was using notes. You might want to practice in front of a mirror, but yeah, that's fine. You can do that. It's allowed. But, yeah. But you've got some very clear ideas of what you're going to do. It sort of shows the advantage of having done a master's, and you can build on what you've done there. You've already, so although you're only just starting the PhD, you've got that research experience from your master's project that you're able to build on. And wish you good luck with that. Well done.
Thank you. It was fascinating to hear about the project and given where you are and starting out with it. I would have liked to heard a bit more about what the current project aims and objectives are. Obviously, what you've done in the past is important, but it's also important how that informs what's going forward. But given where you are, I think, and the clarity that you've got around that, and been an evangelist for VR as well, which is not for everyone, but you know, it looks like this and other presentations are taking technology in a good direction. Thank you.
I think it would have been much better to see clear aims and objectives and how we are going to capsulate the project along with your target audience. And I think this would have been made much clearer at the end. But other than this, quite important project. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you, Craig. Next up, we have Kokil. Just give me a nod when you're ready for me to start the timer.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. So, according to the Society of Automobile Manufacturers Association, there has been a notable rise in the vehicle recalls. For example, India witnessed 1.3 million vehicle recalls in financial year 2022. Reason being compromised quality. Now the manufacturers have more inclined in making sure that the component manufacturers are delivering the manufacturing excellence and quality products. So they are implementing zero defect policy and penalizing non-compliant component manufacturers who are not complying with these policies. Now, small and medium enterprises within the automotive industry, they face these challenges in meeting these kind of requirements because of their outdated processes. So these small and medium enterprises, they face operational inefficiencies such as inventory discrepancies and longer lead times due to their outdated technology and their traditional method of carrying the manufacturing processes. So the solution comes in the form of Industry 4.0. But the question is Industry 4.0 only the technological upgrade? The answer is not just the technological upgrade, rather it's the complete transformation of the company's business model to create value for all stakeholders within the supply chain. So the major challenge here is bridging the gap between the company's current business model and the Industry 4.0 driven model. My doctoral research addressed these challenges by developing a comprehensive framework that utilizes blockchain technology. So the framework was designed based on the close evaluation of the automotive supply chain operations, the key operations such as inventory management, in the diagram over there, the procurement, production, quality control, and logistics were closely examined to identify the inefficiencies within these operations. And then the framework aligns the requirement of these operations within the supply chain and aligns the existing strategy of the company with the new Industry 4.0 driven model utilizing blockchain technology. The framework enhances the efficiency of the operations of the company, it reduces the cost, and it makes sure that the company is delivering the quality product by having the regular checks and the regular quality control system in the company. So to check the, for example, to illustrate the functionality of the framework, consider a situation.
Sorry about that. Okay, so yeah, you're certainly tackling a hot topic there. Yeah, that using blockchain in supply chains, a lot of people working in that area. I would have liked to have seen here you talk about how you are actually interacting with the automotive supply chain in India, so that the work you do isn't just theoretical, but it could have some impact. But yeah, so talking to people who are potentially could use your results, that's an important thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. That's not really my area, but it was still fascinating to hear about it. You seem to be quite critical of the SMEs in that, and I'm wondering where the car manufacturers fit in that, if they're kind of doing undertaking Toyotaism and just-in-time demands for parts. Where are they leading in that, and where are they providing kind of support? Because it can't just be a kind of one-way street. And it would have been interesting to also take a critical viewpoint of the larger manufacturers as well, and their part in that, I think, as well. But your presentation was well put together and very slick. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think supply chain logistics is particularly important in different areas, including automotive sector. It's a good project. I think it's a timely project, and it could also be linked to Industry 4.5.0 as well as 4.0. Your slide could be better designed, so this is my first comment. The second one is aims or objectives could have been a bit clearer, and in fact, how blockchain would be able to help me get a better product. I think it wasn't clear that much, because this is the technology that you are going to propose. And the other thing is that automotive supply chain is a vast area, so if you look at a number of components in an automotive sector, is huge. Are you going to cover everything, or are you going to focus on a part of this? I think these are the things that you may be able to consider for the future aspect. Thank you.
Thank you, judges, and thank you, Kokil. Next up, we have Mattia. Just give me a nod when you're ready to go, and I'll start the timer. Good to go. Do we have Matthias? Perfect.
Microphone, I guess. Hi everyone, my PhD is along the areas of sound, AR, which stands for augmented reality, which is essentially the technology that allows us to project holograms around us. And the aim of my PhD is essentially to make sound emitted by holograms realistic. An example use case of this would be the fact that AR is used more and more in industry. So for instance, assembly lines use AR technology to teach operators how to assemble parts. But for instance, if I am an operator in a power plant and I'm wearing a hologram, a HoloLens, or any augmented reality device, making sound emitted from hologram realistic would mean that I could exploit things like I would be able to hear sound from a specific position. So for instance, if there is a warning light or if there is something that needs to get my attention, with realistic sound, I could be able to localize a warning or a sound emitting object that requires my attention. So how I'm doing this is by using techniques, advancing the state of the art in sound rendering and augmented reality. So the current state of the art is that augmented reality devices offer us the possibility of scanning the space around us. So for instance, if you wear a HoloLens, it scans the environment around you. And modern research in sound rendering allows us to create acoustic simulations with virtual environment. So essentially, augmented reality devices give us a virtual environment of a real space, and with sound rendering, we can make an acoustic simulations. So my research looks at combining these technologies and creating holograms that effectively react to the environment as if they sound like they are in the environment around us. So if I am, for instance, in a church and a hologram is speaking to me, his voice is reverberant, just like you would hear a reverb or your voice would echo in a church. Or if I am in a small carpeted room, these will be reflected by the sound that you hear. And the way I'm evaluating this is by measuring the acoustic simulations and comparing it to real measurements of spaces. So for instance, if I have a hologram that emits a simulation, that emits a sound, I should be able to perceive it as if it was propagating in the real space.
Thank you, Mattia. Yeah, it took a little while for me to understand what you were talking about, or think I understand what you were talking about. But as it progressed, I could appreciate what you were doing, and it sounded really you're advancing the state of the art and doing something that will be important. So that was good. Thank you.
Yeah, I think in a lot of kind of contemporary culture, we privilege the visual over the oral, and that would be gives a good indication about where the future of research can be in those areas. I like the example you gave around the church, and I think if you'd have brought that in a bit earlier, it would have helped frame the presentation a bit more for maybe an audience like myself, for instance, who's not kind of completely au fait with it. But thank you, it was a very good presentation.
Yes, I think it's a good example about the future technology in specific domain as to be able to demonstrate your target audience. That's really good. My only comment would be to explain a bit, for example, sound rendering and so on. So, because now there are so many people who are not here knowing your discipline, so it would have been much better to explain a bit sound rendering or a similar specific discipline terms, technologies, yeah. Other than this, it's really good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, judges, and thank you, Mattia. Next up, we have Enzai, and the pointer's just on stage. And when you're ready, just give me a nod and I'll start the timer.
Can I just make a quick test about this?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Okay, hi everyone. Thank you. So my PhD research is about business processes, which is practically a set of tasks that companies use to deliver their products and services. Before we get into a bit more detail about the research, I'd like to introduce some data. So some of this to understand the motivation from an industrial point of view. So 68% of the 130 organizations that was sampled in this survey was found that less than 50% of their processes were documented, which led to errors with duplication of work and lack of productivity. On average, UK companies waste £8,000 a year per employee due to process inefficiencies. So there's clearly a demand in the industry to look at process work and improving process efficiency. So what we looked at from the literature, we found process maturity as a concept that a structured concept that addresses these issues through process modeling, deployment, optimization, and management. Now the question is, how is process maturity itself measured? It is measured through what are called maturity models that consist of typically 5 levels that represent the state of an organization with respect to processes. In more practical terms, we took an example that we applied one of the models with one of our business industry partners, namely a care services company, and we found that the company was at level 2. So what does this mean? It's practically lack of decision making, partial documentation of processes, and typically working in silos. Now, well, we found that they're level 2, but then we naturally raise the question of how do we improve the maturity? And that is where our research contributes to. We're aiming to develop an improvement plan that enables organizations to improve maturity through best practices and process mining techniques. So the what and how to implement these practices. Now, obviously, with increased maturity, there's benefits. 4 key indicators: profitability, visibility, resource efficiency, and reduction of throughput times. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ansi. So you've been here with us for 2 years. That was again, normally it's a very good animated slide, but I'm going to say again that it's cheating to do that when you're told to produce a single slide for the purpose of the pitch. Yeah, I was a bit worried that how you can, that it seemed a bit of a sweeping statement about you're going to improve, take it from one level to another. So for that specific company, yes, but how I didn't quite get the research project.
Thank you for the presentation. Very aesthetically pleasing, very confident. It would have been good, I think, to see where you're going to be applying the processes. So if you're at the 2-year point you are now, which companies are going to be working with and why would you have chosen those? That would have been good to see that. But given, are you currently...
Only 3 minutes is really hard.
Yeah, it's difficult. I appreciate that within 3 minutes.
To,
yeah, I appreciate that.
To explain, look at the impact.
Sure.
But yeah, thanks for the comment. Appreciate it.
But it was very well put together. And yeah, I was wondering if some of those processes could be applied to higher education at some point.
Absolutely.
Okay. So you went through these points very quickly. That's really good. So you had only 3 minutes. I agree with Mark, so animated slides, but to a certain extent it was really good. And you mentioned the problem and why it is necessary, and you also mentioned a number of figures, numbers, to be able to further support, justify. But I think at the end it would have been much better to see the impact behind this in economy, environment, and whatever. Other than this, it's really good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, judges, and thank you, Ensai. Next on, we have Sasan. Just give me a nod when you're ready, and I'll start the timer.
Okay. Yeah. So millions of users, students or professionals alike, use IDEs on a daily basis. For those who don't know, an IDE is an integrated development environment. And prolonged usage of IDEs leads to technostress. Now, triggers of technostress are known as, so before I carry on, so technostress is the inability to cope with technology in a healthy manner. So triggers of technostress are known as technostressors. And as you can see, I've listed some examples on the board there for you. So an example is techno overload, where technology forces users to work harder and faster. Techno invasion, where technology forces users to work past academic or work hours and invades their personal lives. And we also have another example, techno complexity, where technology makes users feel as if their skill sets are inadequate. So such factors have knock-on effects on students who also head into industry. And worryingly, around 83% of recent graduates in the software engineering professions felt that they felt burnt out as a result of that to a moderate or a great level. For beginners in particular, programming can be daunting. I know this because I myself was one of those students many years ago when I first started as a computer science student. And upon research, I found out that there is a lack of mental well-being aware IDEs that cater for those techno-stressor factors, which led to this particular research idea of how can we make IDEs more mental well-being aware, with the aim of developing a framework which contains guidelines and modeling approaches on how to make IDE software more mental well-being aware. To wrap up, I'd like to say that my research will be the first of its kind to produce software that does not stress you out when you spend hours working or studying on it. Success in this project can go beyond usage in academia and also be transferred into IT professions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see your name on the slide. But anyway, yeah, that's good stuff. I know the project you're talking about. Yeah, it's an interesting one, and bringing lots of different areas, health and HCI and software engineering all together. Interesting mix. Thank you.
I'm very excited to find out about the first piece of software that doesn't stress me out, and I wonder if we can, find out something from games in terms of that as well. I think it's clearly an area that is of real use, given that we encourage our young people, even school children to take part in programming from an early age, and finding that kind of missing link, I guess, between the human and the computer is something that the project aims to do. I did like the way in which you presented it all, and it was straightforward and simple without being simplistic. So thank you very much.
I think you put forward and explain in a plain English, and also you have exemplified the issue about the coding, especially in the young generation. But also, I would consider whether coding is going to be necessary in the future. So it's like a controversial question, but I think this project may be able to look into this problem as well. Other than this, it's a very important project. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you, judges, and thank you, Sasan. And last but finally not least, Liam Miles. Just give me a nod when you're ready for me to start the timer, and I'll start the timer.
Okay, so as can be seen from this picture, the locality of my research is based here in Birmingham. When we Google images of Birmingham, the first images that come to mind are often affluent and well-invested parts, particularly within the central business district. But there are several communities, particularly within Birmingham's East Corridor, that are negatively affected from disinvestment, a rising cost of living, and a socio-political detachment from local authorities such as Birmingham Council. My research is focused on exploring the effects of the cost of living crisis here in Birmingham, and to achieve this, I've undertaken 2 ethnographic studies in 2 different youth centres, and have conducted over 20 interviews with young people and youth workers from across Birmingham to understand daily life. The economic shockwaves led by the events of 2008, Brexit and COVID-19 are just some examples of how effects to the national and global economy have been made, including rising inflation, interest rates, stagnated pay, and rising cost of living across all kinds of communities. What we're witnessing, however, are not just changes to people's lives at economic levels, but also socially and politically, to the point where we can see new identities and new communities being constructed, all of which contain harms, risks, and insecurities. However, 2 questions remain. Why focus on cost of living, and why young people? Simply put, the crisis affects each and every person in some way. It's a mandatory process that cannot be opted out of nor escaped from. It's not merely a topic just for scholarly discussion, rather it's a way of life for up to 14.9 million people across the UK who have suffered profound effects. Despite this global reality, the truth remains that some people will feel the effects more than others. Young people who I've categorised in the context of this study as being aged between 16 to 25 are in a turbulent stage of life. Their access to food, housing, employment and higher education sources remain competitive and insecure. And it's essential, therefore, to explore how young people are affected and how they respond, particularly through acts of resilience and mobilisation. So Birmingham is the UK's 2nd largest city and the most youthful. It's timely then to focus attention towards such a vibrant city that contains endless sources of potential and skill. I'm coordinating with Birmingham City Council, the Bank of England and local youth organisations to highlight these effects and to work closely towards local resolution. I acknowledge the global factors that underpin this crisis and remain clear that this cannot be solved overnight. However, the positive acts of social solidarity, activism...
Time.
Thank you, Liam. Certainly your passion came through there. And I love the photo of Birmingham. It's gone now. and that you mentioned your links to stakeholders. That's very good.
Thank you. I think one of the things that really strikes me about all the presentations, and this one as well, is the social justice angle, and picking up on the things you're talking about there within the communities of Birmingham is really, really important. I like the way in which you situated it. You're situating it within Birmingham and showing that how it's a youthful and diverse city, and the links that you've got to national organisations like the Bank of England, for instance. So the impact is evident from what you're doing. The presentation itself was very slick. Would have been good to get it within 3 minutes, but as I keep saying, it's always difficult to do that. But what you presented in there was really good. So thank you very much. Thank you.
I think what you presented was very clear, especially the keywords that you mentioned, for example, cost of living and also young people. So you articulated very well why you want to work on these 2 issues, very well presented. And the other thing is that actually, because you overrun, so I would like to see what you would like to do at the end, whether you are planning to change the policy and so on, based on the outcome of your work. Other than this, it's a very important topic, very well articulated. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you to the judges for today, and thank you to everyone that took part in the competition. So I think we should give you all a big round of applause now just for taking part. I'm going to hand you over to Mark now, who'll give you more details about what's next.
Okay. So we've got until 4:30, yeah?
I've got until 4:30.
So that's really good time. Thanks to one of the contestants is a no-show. I think if you bear with us, we'll just have a little confer for 5 minutes, and we can maybe decide who qualifies. So if you want to grab a coffee and come back in 5 minutes, we should be able to do that. the ju Hello. Hello, hello. If you're ready to take your seats again, please to announce the winners. First of all, didn't they all do well? All very brave, particularly those who've only just started here. It's incredible. So, we've got 6 qualifiers. From the top, Paige Clark Jeffers, congratulations. Naditharaka Damasiri Pathberiaje. Where is she? Yay! Yeah, go. Yeah. These are all the qualifiers. Angela Kumar. Where's Angela? Mattia Colombo. Sasan Radan. Where's Sasan? Yeah. And Liam Miles. Okay. So you're doing your PhDs in social sciences, built environment, health, computing and social sciences. So it's a good mix there. Thank you very much for taking part. Thank you everybody for taking part. And right, yes, absolutely. Well, all of you, tomorrow there is a training session on how to give a pitch, which is a bit strange as you've just given one. But if you're going into the finals, you may want to take advantage of that. Or in general, you may just want to attend. I think you have to you're expected to register in advance, and that's by Innovate UK Edge. So if you check there was a link given. Please do that. Now, I hope you'll come back on Friday afternoon to listen to the final pitches and decide who wins the prize or prizes. Santander has apparently put up some money for this, so we'll see what you get out of it. And we've got to sort out a fresh judging panel for Friday afternoon and the time. The earliest it will be is 1:30, but probably we will. I'm going to try and sort it out that it'll be probably from 3 till 5. But be prepared to come at 1:30. That's the official start of the session. I've got to do some negotiation because they're doing. The undergraduates also have a group pitching contest as well. But come back on Friday and good luck in the finals. Well done, and well done for everybody for taking part. And some of you I'll see on Thursday. Okay, thank you.
So after so many interesting activities and presentations, now this is time to have Tom Wren from McDonald, who's going to talk to us about digital construction. Please, Tom.
Thank you. Sorry, that's forward, back. Got you. Cool. Awesome. Hi guys, how we doing? I want to say like a big thank you to Mohammed Bayouf, obviously. My entire business is staffed from graduates from his course, so keep them coming, Mo. Here today to talk to you about how the things that you're doing are actually being translated onto major projects in the UK. Yeah, it's the lifeblood of sort of bringing innovation in, because construction isn't innovating from the inside. You know, it needs fresh young talent coming through with the ideas and the latest thinking. You know, construction's still a very sort of, very much ran by the people who have always ran it, you know, and actually that's why we're finding that adoption of these ideas is proving so difficult. Yeah, and just want to start off with some sort of quotes about how project planning is currently done. The first one by a sort of unlikely source, Mike Tyson. You know, wouldn't really normally think about putting him in charge of a major project, but I actually find it to be one of the most succinct and you know, valuable quotes. You know, it can be like that. You know, everybody has got a plan until it all goes wrong, and yeah, it genuinely feels like that sometimes on major projects. The next quote is from a US general from World War II. I actually don't agree with this quote, but I put it on there to kind of provoke thought. I want to keep that in our mind as we go out and through the presentation. The last one is from Stephen Covey. You might have read his book, The 7 Habits. So I didn't like it for a long, long time. Actually, one day I sat down and I read it, and yeah, it's sometimes feel like they're just regurgitating common sense, but begin with the end in mind. It's quite a simple quote, but when you apply it to a lot of the other principles within that book about continuous improvement, you can start to see, as we go through some of the examples, why that becomes relevant. I want to start by getting some of your thoughts really as well. So if we're commissioning a large infrastructure project today in this room, and somebody gives you a quote, you know, an initial sort of outline and says it's going to be £50 billion, what would we think? Where's that going to end up? You know, can anybody actually guess? Do we have any data to go by? Anybody got a gut feel? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, not far off. In fact, pretty much exactly that. You know, I think it's like a known thing now, isn't it? You know, and actually, can anybody guess what the worst case outcome is going to be? Because it's not always 3 times. It could be a lot more disastrous than that. These are not, you know, new principles. I want to kind of look at why. You know, why are we so bad at delivering it, and what can the people in this room do about it? 98% of these projects are going to overrun on cost, under-deliver on benefits, and be over schedule. And when we kind of think about that as a profession, if we call project management, project planning a profession, if your doctor or surgeon said to you, you know, you've got a 2% chance of surviving this operation, you'd be like, no, thank you. Do you know what I mean? But every time we commission a major project, we are taking that risk, taking that gamble, every single time. And we don't really do anything differently. I mean, we keep replying the same mistakes. I mean, my, you know, last 5 years of my career has been on HS2 in one form or another. You know, this week we're announcing another 2-year pause. And you kind of think, you're keeping that window where these black swan events, as they're called in the industry, they can continue to impact during that two-year window. If we think about the pandemic, if you are in construction and that pandemic hits like it did, you've got the chance of the delay, and the pandemic could flare back up at any time. And when you're in construction, actually, you know, boots on the ground, machines going, it's a lot more expensive than if you're in design. You know, it's quite a simple, straightforward calculation. There's nothing difficult about it. It's, you know, we keep doing the same things and we don't learn. One of the reasons is that the 2 graduates I took from Mo over the last 2 years were both like absolutely shocked, like at the current state. You know, they've learned BIM, they've learned digital construction, they get on day one and literally it's still happening. People are still working from spreadsheets, and like we keep applying that mantra, sort of Excel's bad, Excel is bad. And you see these sort of 5D BIM solutions come in, you see it all, you know, synchro, you see everything. We've got the tools, but it's not being adopted. And I think the reason it's not been adopted is because we're too busy delivering the projects. And that's why the onus is on the students at this university to actually come into the industry and bring these techniques with them. Because people aren't going to take 6 months off the day job to learn how to do it. And, you know, we need people to sort of fight the cause and kind of bring it on day one. And I think especially, and I was chatting with my partner about this like the last couple of evenings, I think graduate jobs today are going to look a lot different to graduate jobs 10 years ago. And I mean, everyone's talking about GPT at the minute. It's become a bit of a, you know, bit of a cliche almost. But actually, if you look at graduate jobs 10 years ago, GPT's made them sort of obsolete. You know, formatting PowerPoint slides, putting this pack together. Actually, I think the graduates of tomorrow have got to come pre-armed with these skills. Like, it's actually a much harder market. And I think they've got to come with that attitude that, like, you're going to make a difference on day one. Like, you've got to come pre-skilled. Like, no more like learning on the job. And that's quite a hard place to be in because it just is. You know, like, I think that's where we're at. These are the kinds of things that I'm seeing that the best practice sort of in industry, some of the ideas that are actually out there but not being like fully adopted. We're seeing, you know, 4D, 5D, BIM, sort of the starts of it. You know, we saw it, you know, 3-4 years ago. You know, I think EKFB were doing it. Where I think it started to fall down was not with the technology itself, or what had happened was that classic case of just because it works on the computer, it was the human factors that get ignored, because actually a lot of these technologies rely on input from small contractors, which often are, you know, companies with like less than 5 people. They are used to doing fencing. You know, they've got to input their data into this complicated 5D BIM system. They can't work spreadsheets. They can't work basic computers, yet alone like input into your, you know, finely tuned system that needs inputs done in the correct way. And actually, my partner keeps reminding me, she sort of works within corporate finance, and she sells technology businesses all the time. And the one thing she says is, it's not actually how good your technology is, it's how usable that technology is that dictates the value of that business. And I think that's the one thing we've got to learn about a lot of these 5D BIM systems is actually you need to get people using it, and it's not about what it can do, it's about how easy that is for the end user to actually input data into and export data from. I know that M-Plan are doing some awesome stuff with AI, sort of quantitative schedule risk analysis. For anyone who sort of doesn't know what that is, it's essentially the old school sort of quantitative schedule risk analysis, sort of a Monte Carlo simulation where they run multiple iterations of a schedule with probabilities and weightings, and you come up with a most likely worst case and best case scenario for your schedule. I know that M-Plan are doing a lot of work with AI to try and enhance that. I've not used the technology myself, in all honesty, but a lot of people are sort of talking about it, and that is something that people could bring their sort of skills and get involved with. I sense that we're doing a lot of stuff with IoT sensors, getting data sent back from site. We are seeing that sort of stuff happening. Like, that is something that has been largely adopted. Still, though, we rely on P6 for schedule. And I kind of think, well, great, we can get all of this sort of sent back to, yeah, but you still got a planner sat there with the magic box trying to interface it in, and I just think, well, yeah, P6 has got to die, man. Like, I don't want to do any more inputting data into P6 in my life, but until we can move away from it properly, and even though we can, it's getting removing the blockers to actually doing so. That's going to be the key. Seeing some virtual and augmented reality, it's happening, but again, we need people to drive it forward. I think one of the things we were talking about earlier was spending a long time in the construction phase. You may have heard the term Pixar planning. It'll come back up later in this presentation. We need to spend more time doing the planning, and if we spend more time doing planning and simulations, virtual and augmented reality is definitely going to be a massive part of that, and it could be something that is definitely going to be a growth area for students going forward. And yeah, cloud-based collaboration tools, spreadsheets are bad, blah, blah, blah. Don't want to be flippant, but they are. Leave that up for a little minute. I think that's the classic technology life cycle. Different technologies be at different sort of areas of it. You may have seen it before. I mean, reflecting on some of those technologies, where are we now? I think anybody who has used ChatGPT recently will actually see themselves on that curve. When you first start, you're like, yep, absolutely, it's going to change my life. I'm not going to have to do any work anymore. Within about 15 minutes, you're down at the bottom of the curve, like, this thing is stupid. I never really want to use it again. But then you realise, look, it's useful for some things, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? You can get it to do a couple of little things, but just something to reflect on, really, I think, as we go through and sort of look at some of these technologies and think, like, it's about getting up to that actual plateau where we're actually making use of it. And yeah, wanted to look at, like, what is actually physically happening now on the job, where we are with the sort of 2-year pause that's been announced, and actually what we probably should have done from the start, but what we can do more of now, and kind of tie that into what we've just talked about. First one being modularity. I think people will know, modularity is good. The old traditional method's bad. But what are we doing in practice about that during this pause? And I think one of the things that we're doing is looking at things that weren't always traditionally considered modular construction opportunities. You think modular construction, you think prefab homes, you think typical construction. You don't normally think bridges. But we took a decision maybe about 6 to 9 months ago to kind of design our bridges in a slightly different way. And, this is what we sort of have come up with. We've decided it'd be a lot quicker to construct these, which is in line with the principles we were talking about. Spend more time designing, spend more time thinking about them, less time constructing them, keep that window where things can go seriously, seriously wrong when you've got big, expensive equipment on site, keep that short. And we definitely started looking at implementing some modular bridges. I think we commissioned 8 of them in total on our little bit, which, and it's going really well, actually. It's proven to be a real positive thing, and we're actually already seeing sort of massive schedule savings and cost savings. And I do think as part of this pause, where we're actually going to sit and rethink the rest of the job, that is something that's definitely going to be rolled out as a further saving. The second thing I wanted to talk about was, Pixar planning, that kind of phrase that keeps coming up. Obviously commissioned named after Pixar, the animation studio, where they spend most of their time working on the script because there's not much costs, and they sit and they really refine it. They know exactly what they're going to build before they send that into the expensive bit, which is production. And you can kind of see the similar sort of principles here. You know, let's spend the time actually designing this, knowing what we're going to build. And what you can actually see is, look, you know, a lot of the sort of things around synchro, 5D BIM, you know, that is definitely what is going to form a major part of this sort of reset, and definitely something that the graduates of this university are going to be placed to come in and sort of contribute to from day one, because as I say, people in industry just don't have these skills, and we don't have the time to drop out for 6 months, a year, 2 years to actually learn them. So people have got to come pre-made with these hard skills. I wanted to give like a real life example of what I'm talking about, and look at 2 very famous buildings there. You've got the Sydney Opera House, and you've got the Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao. Not going to take credit for this comparison, I absolutely shamelessly stole it. But yeah, you've got 2 very different buildings, but very ambitious, similar in sort of scale and scope. Except one of them ended tragically, and one of them was one of the greatest successes in project planning that's ever been had. The first one, Sydney Opera House, there's the architect on the right-hand side. He looks very sad. The reason he is very sad is because he never actually got to see it. Costs on his project spiraled out of control. The schedule, they lost control of it. And that's because they went down the old traditional route of let's rush to construction, let's get a minimum viable design so we can start. What they realized was the shells there didn't work. They had to undo a lot of the construction. It became a local scandal, and he was basically chased out of Australia by the press, and never got to, died without seeing ever his own creation, which, considering it's an opera house, one day that might be an opera. Like, it's quite sad. The happy guy underneath, he used one of the first ever examples of, like, computer digitization. The name of the actual software sort of escapes me, but he basically designed the whole thing on a computer. It might be the first ever building that was ever designed fully on a computer. And also used some of that iteration and modularity. Famously kind of used play, and so used to just play with it and have lots and lots of iterations and attempts. And 2 phrases coined there was, minimum viable product, maximum virtual product. And actually, I think it's just a real sort of story about actually how the concepts that we're talking about today anchor back to like real life projects and the real life impact of them. And going back to that sort of slide at the start, we were saying 98% of projects fail. There's obviously a human cost to that, but also, statistically, that would mean the majority of the people, if we carry on with that, the majority of people in this room will never work on a project that was a success. And that's just wrong and weird. And, when we know how to do it slightly better, will it fix everything? I don't know. And is digitization necessarily the answer? I don't know. Because that's a very, very famous photograph of the Empire State Building being constructed. At least I think it is. And, these guys didn't have digitization. So it's obviously not the full answer, but there's definitely a common theme, which is, I think, the Empire State Building was designed and constructed within 18 months, but the construction didn't start until the design had pretty much finished. And it ended up 17% under budget, on schedule. I'd argue maybe some slightly dodgy health and safety. Obviously that wouldn't be allowed today, but whether or not you can make the comparison, I don't know. But I think it goes back to what I was saying about actually it's the human factors sometimes with these softwares that actually, sometimes you're dealing with, you're trying to roll out these incredible softwares that can do incredible things to, people who work manually, in the physical world, not the digital world. And there's just something about that photo that kind of reminded me of that, really, I think the material I was kind of drawing a lot of the inspiration from this presentation from had this word in experiere, I think it's Latin, they said. And it gives root to 2 English words, experiment and experience. And I kind of think, well, the students of this university will have the experiment and the experience with a lot of this software through the courses they've been doing. And it kind of lends credence to the point that I'm trying to make, which I think is that actually we're not going to have time when we're working nose to the grindstone on these projects to upskill ourselves to the same level that you guys are going to have. I think I made the point earlier about how, you know, GPT and other softwares will change the graduate market specifically, because I think a lot of that kind of work that graduates used to do is going to be most affected by it. So I think actually it makes that so much more important, that the work that this university is doing. And as I say, you know, money where my mouth is, I've hired pretty much exclusively from this university for the past 2 years. But yeah, I think that's all I've got to say, really. You know, anybody got any questions or anything? You know, I know I've shamelessly ripped quite a few people off there without giving any credit, but I'm not an academic, so I'm allowed to do that. Cheers. So disclaimer, I don't actually work directly for McDonald. I contract into them, but I can say it is quality. They are honestly one of the, I've worked almost exclusively with them for about 3 to 4 years. They're absolutely fantastic. Can't recommend them enough. They're all brilliant people. I mean that genuinely, like they, you know, they're not paying me to say that.
Excellent, thank you. Cool. I just wanted to like open the conversation now, because this is, I mean, we have all the many people who are involved in the digital built environment right here from the academic side. It's really interesting because we sometimes think there is an industry out there and we are trying to train our students to get jobs there. But to be honest, I think that they are equipped with things that they can start their own business. And we just don't emphasize on that enough. We had a couple of architectural technology students who just knew how to use drones. Simple as that, like just use drones and started a business. Use drones and use building information modeling, get projects, expand. Now they're recruiting our students. I think one of the things that I personally regret is that nobody ever told me that there is an option for you not to work in the industry for 10 years, but start your business right away. Nobody ever even mentioned that to me. If they did, my life probably would be completely different. I own my business by now, like a huge business, very successful, probably. But I just want to open that conversation because when you're a student, as Tom mentioned, we don't share the risk. There's no failure in your project. Everything is an opportunity. You can just like use this software, use that software, do this and do things differently. And then be competent, and then you have the confidence you can get the jobs in the industry. But also on the other side, you can be the industry. And that's just something I wanted to add. Just, I don't know, what do you think?
I mean, absolutely. I think there are so many like fundamental problems like within sort of like you just don't see like until you're actually in industry. Like a lot of the tools we're using are just so outdated. If somebody from the outside were about to just come in and reinvent it, I mean, the one that I want to get rid of is Primavera. At the minute, you have to have a planner, and actually, all the project planner does is talk to the magic box, which is Primavera. Actually, we look at it and we go, why is there not a digitalized solution for that? You know, like, I'm not saying it'd be easy, but like, there'd definitely be people here with the skills and capabilities to be able to go make something
can start a business. Again, I'm saying, when I was a student, nobody ever mentioned that. It was the general understanding. Everyone believed that you need to graduate, and then you go to industry, gain the experience for like 10 years, and then you are qualified to start your business. We have moved that stage because we have students who are graduating with some of the skills that are lacking in the industry. It's not like people in the industry with like 20 years of experience, they are mastering those skills. No, you have some skills that they don't have. They have some skills that you don't have. So it's a different world, and it's really fascinating. I really think that's really fascinating. With a VR headset, you can start your business, and that's just really interesting. Any other questions from Tom? Because I have a million questions. I could just like raise questions.
Oh, I had to ask it in here. Okay, thank you so much, Tom. Since being in the industry for a while now and being aware of digitalization, for undergraduate programs, civil engineering, construction management, quantity surveying, going into industry, what do you think is currently, I'm not going to say missing from our curriculum, but what could be added to our teaching curriculum to actually have a generation ready to join the industry?
The skill that I constantly tell graduates, you see graduates and they're trying to learn, learn Power BI or learn, forget it, learn Python. Do you know what I mean? Or learn like some sort of coding language like that, because you can. I watched Hassan, and I watched him, and I thought he's just done something in 3 lines of code that would took me a month. And actually, kids, it's not that hard. And actually, I think they can, if they come pre-armed with something like that, data science, Excel, Python instead of Excel, that kind of stuff. If you learn that would bring so much unity, because nobody knows how to do it.
So
nobody within the kinds of fields that I'm in, planning, quantity surveying, commercial, nobody's got it.
So embedding programming, data science into the teaching curriculum.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Anything else?
Ground question. If you could go back through your whole career, back again, what would be the most important thing for you to learn?
It's a really good question. Keep my mouth shut a bit more sometimes. No. What would be the most important thing to learn? Like, I just wish that I'd have actually stopped and thought about the future more, and actually thought where things are going. Because I think I spent the first 3 or 4, maybe 5 years just doing what I was supposed to do, rather than instead of doing what I wanted to do, if you know what I mean. I think actually, like, this is the kind of stuff that I want to do, but I'm sat there and I thought, do you know what, I'm doing the same, the things I'm being told to do here, and actually break out of that mould early and kind of go, right, really just break out of the mould earlier and kind of try to do something a little different. And
think about the bigger picture.
Yeah, and try, and don't be scared to do some of this stuff and actually bring it in and try and affect change. And I think construction is never going to change from the inside. Like it just isn't. Like something is going to have to make it change. Actually, I'm kind of seeing it more and more where there's actually a kind of, I think the actual fissure isn't about the age of about 40 years old. I think what you find is like you've got this kind of, and it's obviously not everybody, it's more very broad generalisation, but what you've got is a lot of people with a lot of authority and a lot of longevity and tenure in the business, and they want to go back to the days where everything was done on 2D drawings, it's faster. And then you've got people under who are like, no bibs there. Do you know what I mean? Actually, it's the future, it's the way forward. And actually, you can't really stop progress, and actually, I think the ability to kind of get in and sort of challenge that and actually bring these people along and realise that they're not just old dinosaurs. They actually do have a lot of experience and knowledge. They need to be brought into the future gently, not just being like,
Yeah. Would you say a lot of people in the industry reject the change because of knowledge?
while you're doing that, you are learning a lot of stuff just by being in the environment of contextual, like, just contextual learning that you get on the job. So I think especially the graduate job market is going to change massively. I think the bar to entry for graduates into the industry is going to have to be, you're going to have to come with something, like a hard skill of some sort, like, or businesses are going to have to check, or businesses are going to have to fundamentally review their sort of relationship with graduates and go, well, no, we've got to accept that we've got to bring them on almost like an apprenticeship, because unless you can come and do something on day one, GPT has got rid of all of that sort of, like that sort of work that graduates used to do, or it will do, or co-pilot and stuff like this. It's definitely going to change that nature, and I think something's going to have to give one way or the other. I don't know what that is yet, but we'll see.
Thank you. Any other? Yes, yes.
I'm technician in civil engineering. Students sometimes comes to us and asking about the fundamentals. We are talking about the AI. So the students ask, okay, so we've got the AI tools. They can answer our fundamental question about the construction or civil or this stuff. So how we can convince these students you need to know them because they're gonna applicable for you in the industry. So it's my question in somehow, but I know it's good to know the fundamental what should go on the side, but this I can say new generation cannot understand it because they come and use the AI tools more than me. So what do you think?
So I guess if I understand your question correctly, it's why should students learn the basics because a machine gives them the basics,
Yeah.
and you just ask the machine. I mean, I guess the question would be, we didn't stop teaching people maths when we invented the calculator. You do need to understand that kind of fundamental, because while a machine can give you what looks like the right answer, unless you can verify that, how do you know? I mean, we see it all the time. Anybody can use any of these large language models, no, it spits out a load of garbage from time to time. Okay, they will get better at the time, or what have you, but unless you sign off on that confidently, put your name to it, they're going to have to learn the basics, because they're going to have to be able to verify it one way or the other, or know that it looks right. How can they have confidence in it? I think the medical profession has got a similar problem, which is, I think, everyone sees these sort of diagnostic tools that can screen for cancer, and get it right 99.9% of the time. I think medical students are going to have the same problem, aren't they? Why would you learn if the machine just tells you? Because, well, I think very similarly, we're in a what should be a zero failure industry. If a bridge collapses, you miss a diagnosis, it's quite a big event. I get it. A lot of the grunt work is going to be taken away, and a lot of it's going to be done faster, or it's going to be done. You're going to have more time to spend on the more creative or engaging with people, or there'll be more time spent on those things rather than the basics. But you still have to be able to verify fundamentally and understand. That would be what I would say.
You think that the percentage you spend your time on the basics gonna change? For example, in the past you spend about 80% of your time on basics, and then, for example, 20 on tools. Now it's gonna be 28, for example, something like that.
I think that is what's going to happen in the industry on the job. But I still think you need to know. I do think you still need to know the basics, because otherwise, you could just plug somebody off the street and say, "You're a civil engineer now. Design me that bridge," and you can put it into an AI machine. It won't work, because how can you tell that thing is? You need to have that deep. I think you do need to have that. I still think you still need to have that deep knowledge, or at least, yeah, you do. I think fundamentally, for now at least, I don't know. Some of the machines become infallible, I think, but will that happen? I don't know. I don't know enough about AI to answer that.
Was it from my usually a compromise. We also, I mean, I constantly try to look at what my students are looking for because I know they know what's happening, and I keep an open mind, and I'm personally always open to see how I need to change. Usually when we go to like accreditation of our program, sorry, I'm just going to sit down here or stand up here. When we go through accreditation of our program, usually there is someone asking us who's going to teach the basics now that you're focusing too much on the advanced digital technologies, emerging digital technologies. And then usually my answer is that yes, there is a compromise. I have 10 hours of teaching. What do I do? Do I forget about the advanced technologies? Do I focus only on the advanced technologies? And who's going to push the industry?
Yeah, but sometimes the students
exactly, I know.
miss that part, the basics. And
Yeah, I
they
know.
said
It's
that, okay,
difficult to
we're gonna
convince
stick on that and leave the basic.
Exactly, I know. Thank you very much, everyone. This is the end of today. Thank you very much, Tom. That is excellent. And this is day 2. And looking forward to seeing you in day 3, 4, 5. Take care. Have a nice evening, everyone. Bye.